All right. We are back on, and we are definitely amped up, suited, and booted, ready to discuss this evening's topic. Again, peace, power, and profit to everybody. I know a few people may trickle in as the time of the live stream elapse, and those who are busy or just out there. I'm gonna go to YouTube and kill this over here, the volume. Yeah, so again, we're back like we never left, as they say, right? Just wanting to have somewhat of a post commentary on the documentary that we watched, understanding the central banking system. Of course, we always tackling these different topics because they're very relevant, especially in what we do day to day, valued and understanding fiscal policy, monetary policies, how those things affect free markets, so to speak, or not necessarily so free markets, right? There's a level of control, it seems like, with all of them. But nonetheless, for us, we still have the inherent freedom where we can go in and out of them to capitalize on, the markets. Again, using these financial vehicles. Of course, we know them as stocks. Of course, we speak about that a lot. If you're new to following us or watching, us obviously on YouTube or whatever the case, of course, this is the type of topics that we discuss a lot. So we're not just kind of drone-minded type of traders where we just focus on, merely stocks and stocks only, right? Support, resistance, technical analysis, fundamentals, price action. No, we discuss a myriad of topics because we understand that in order to be able to maintain the long game, of course, this is about playing chess and not checkers. Well, what better way to do that than to learn everything you can about the system in itself, right? As we like to say, you have to become more of a economist yourself, right? You have to learn how to reverse engineer information and data, right? Because it's important, right? It's very important because the more you know, the better you can maneuver in and around, certain aspects of government. Again, policies, whatever the case, doesn't matter to us because the way that we look at it is like, we're already opportunists, right? Right. Or as I like to say, we're serial entrepreneurs, right? We have a totally different view and vantage point about how we value and see money. For one, obviously, it being a resource, a form of currency as we know it today, it's a generator of energy, right? In a way where it, help supplies and sustain your life, right? So, of course, those who are in charge of overseeing that currency, that money, that fund value, or whatever it is. Well, it's also good to know a little bit about what goes on with them as well. All right, I just don't see, us being, mentally leveraging, understanding how to take advantage of the stock market, but then when it comes to understanding how the monetary system works, whether our currency is being devalued, inflated, we're going through deflationary periods, whatever the case, where that stuff doesn't become, important. But it's not that you have to. It's just that it's always a plus to understand the system that you're dealing in. All right. So again, so peace, power, profit. Uncle Jocelyn there, life, prosperity, and health. As I always like to affectionately greet everybody when they come in. Of course, that's the mantra of what we live around every day. We're trying to have, life, prosperity, and health, right? As they say, again, health and wealth, right? The initiative must go forward one way or the other, right? You cannot enjoy life with bad health with a lot of money, and you cannot enjoy a lot of money, again, of course, with, or bad health with a lot of money and bad wealth, right? And good health. All right, that it just doesn't balance out right. So again, always want to make sure we put that out there as a PSA. Get your health right, right? Get your health right, right? Get your mind right, right? Good health is also a good mental state as well. So of course, I want to always explain and say that, right? Always want to explain and say that, right? So again, it's important. So thank y'all for tuning in. If y'all did, get a chance to check out the live stream that we just posted, the documentary course. The Japanification, excuse me, I'm about to say Japanification, of America, particularly, is that something relevant that could happen? Who knows, right? We're definitely into some new and groundbreaking areas in essence, and seeing exactly who and what our Federal Reserve System is all about, right? We got a crash course in economics when it came to understanding the Federal Reserve and its role in America's politics as a somewhat of a backstopping agent to, take care of the banking system, to provide ample liquidity. So, of course, if they go down, that makes it, bad for everybody, right? As if we just only need banking institutions to be a somewhat of a, I don't know, a a diamond in the rough for our existence in a way, as if we need another parasitic system to feed off us to be able to kind of survive, right? So I say the people who are growing their own crops, herding their own cattle, making their own money, whatever the case, however they do it, then I don't think they're concerned about what happens really in Washington. That's just my opinion, right? That's just my opinion, of course. But nonetheless, of course, with that said, we understand that we are underneath, a capitalistic society. And I like to consider myself an opportunist more so than a capitalist, because I understand that these things are wavering. Policies change all the time, especially when it comes into certain, time frames within our, boom and bust cycles in our economy. Right now, the coronavirus has done something very unique. It has exposed what we know as a government that we thought was all peaches and cream. Turned out, there are more charlatans in Washington than we can even imagine, right? Throw a rock in the crowd in Washington, it's going to hit every politician out there, I guarantee, right? As they say, a hit dog will holler, right? A hit dog will holler. And that's pretty much what we're getting out of Washington, because everybody's infighting. They're squabbling over minutiae, and here it is. People are losing home, health, life, jobs, whatever, you name it. And yet, they politicize this coronavirus in a way where it showed the best of who they really were, which obviously translates into the worst of who they tried to hide from the American people. But nonetheless, smart people prevail. When I mean smart people, I mean the people who took the time to stop and look exactly at the landscape we were given under all this so-called governance and these emergency enacted policies, executive orders, and the Federal Reserve, again, unloading the printing press like Gutenberg 2.0, revisited, right? That should be a movie or a t-shirt moment, right? With the picture of Jerome Powell in the front, cranking out some money, of course, right? The Gutenberg 2.0, right? The people that printed the first Bible ain't got nothing on Jerome Powell right now, right? Or to that effect, all the central bankers out there. Of course, that's where we were discussing that topic today, because, of course, the ECB, right? They got him a new ECB chair or director at this point, if you want to say that. Her name is Christine Lagarde. If you're not familiar with her, I would definitely say go look her up. She used to be actually the head chief or chairman of the IMF, right? And so she just morphed from one parasitic system to the next, right? So interesting enough, she also has a very checkered past. There's a lot of skeletons in her closet. So for her to take over Mario Draghi, which used to be the former ECB of Europe, of course, he was there for quite a while, from 2011 up until this year, of course, when he left and retired. But he was the man with the plans, as they say, holding down the rim of Europe when it came to understanding how that central banking system was obviously somewhat united over there. And this is kind of pre-Brexit, right? So when Brexit came, it just made everything even much worse. I think that was the nail that broke the camel back for him. And he was like, you know what? I'm out of here, right? I don't want to deal with this. And so, again, of course, Brexit is still on the table. It's still an ongoing scenario. They haven't figured it out quite yet. And it's been compounded now because of what? COVID, right? And so a lot of people are just, all over the place, right? There's so many unanswered questions and things that got put on the back burner when the coronavirus began to hit everybody's shores. And so here we are today, understanding where will we be post somewhat, quote unquote, if we ever, are able to do away with this virus. I feel like it's here to stay at this point. And I say that because look how long we've lived with the common cold. right? All this brain power that we supposedly have with some of the best scientists in the world, and they still haven't been able to find a cure for the common cold. How about that? Communicable disease that has outlasted, you know, your generations of smart people, whatever you want to say. And here it is, you got a novel coronavirus. Of course, novel being is something new, or it's a spinoff or a mutation of some of the SARS-CoV-2. Of course, that's what it came off. I would say the backbone strain of the coronavirus, of course, and then all the other special ingredients that's in there, of course, if they man-made or not, or nature-made, that's up for, debate for those who want to follow that. But I say this, whether it was orchestrated or not, it has been a lot of money being, produced, implemented, made, lost, you name it, since this coronavirus has hit. Because again, people are running rampant. They're scared now. All their little pennies and nickels are now about to be kind of consumed or overtaken or whatever the case. They're just in a free fall. It seems like they can't seem to get out of their own way to stop and let smart people come to the forefront. Of course, in this case, the scientists and those who have a bipartisan mindset, who are more humanitarians and not necessarily just opportunists, so to speak, like a lot of these politicians, and let these people speak for the greater good of the entire world. So of course, the WHO has its place, but it has a lot of hidden agendas as well. Of course, a lot of people who finance them, but nonetheless, they're somewhat, I guess in most people's eyes, the most bipartisan scientific community that we have out there, beside the more private ones in terms of the Lancer, the medical, New England Medical Journal Association, and all the other little medical review boards out there who put up, data every day to try to, give everybody a leg up in life in terms of the most scientific, readily available information to better backstop your life in the event of a pandemic, in the event of any kind of scenario or outbreak. That's what they're there for, right? No, I said a whole mouthful. And why I'm saying all that is because, again, being that we are investors and traders who look at the market, as a hodgepodge of different opportunities out there with these financial vehicles, these stocks, these biotech stocks, number one, because they are now being kind of forced to the forefront to try to come up with a cure to help, put the world back to some kind of semblance of a normalcy, right? Which, if there's ever such a thing, but even before the coronavirus, normalcy, right? What is that? Wilding out, I guess, whatever. Hey, but that's the world we live in, right? But so, with that being said as well, the amount of money that's being hemorrhaged right now, that's been spent, that we're just wasting because, again, we're, too stubborn. And I say meaning as a whole, I'm saying everybody, not that, it's an individual perspective, but the world in itself, in some cases, especially in America, just speak, strictly to America, one of the most stubborn countries on the planet, who's now about to go, get hit again, as if it never left, with this coronavirus situation. And, it's going to compound what we already did not take care of the first go round. And that is also relevant to tonight's discussion too, because we understand that when chaos hits a shoreline or an economy, that is either in their mind viably strong or wavering or has issues or whatever the case like that, it shows a lot or exposes a lot about just how strong said governance is all about, so to speak, right? How are they really prepared to deal with such things in terms of all the facets of governance, right? Again, we got health, we got education, we got infrastructure. Of course, we got the monetary system and policies and banks and lending and the loans. And I mean, all those different things that, make up a tier, the different tiers of a government, will now be, get stressed, so to speak, right? They'll get tested, right? And, and so in a lot of ways, most people think, and I say this because what we've been able to witness is that they feel like they can print money or print their way out of this coronavirus, right? They think they can just fire up the digital printing press, right? Put some numbers inside a supercomputer and send them downrange. And that in itself is enough to backstop the virus. Well, I ask this question to everybody out there right now that's listening in. Has it, in your mind, helped thus far? Here we are 7-8 months after the fact, right? After the virus and really, kind of, laid waste to, a lot of our daily, existence in terms of our normalcy, our jobs, this, that, and the third. Do you feel as if things have gotten much better than it was, in the thick of this virus? Have we really turned the corner, so to speak, quote unquote, President Trump, as he says, in a way where economic policies and things of that nature, in relation to, the Fed's balance sheet obviously ballooning exorbitantly, high, in a 7-8 month stint that typically takes the Fed roughly about, literally about 2 or 3 president terms to even kind of acquire such, inflated debt on their balance sheets. Right. And that's interesting because, again, we're sitting at around about 7.1 trillion on the federal balance sheet. I think the last time we checked it, a few days ago, we were sitting at about 7.1 trillion. And a majority of that newly lamented money obviously came on the back of them just printing it and dumping it into what? Corporate interest, stocks, junk bonds, muni bonds, again, mortgage-backed lending loans. I mean, you name it. They just took on the role of monetizing debt, which is obviously somewhat, if you be honest, it's unconstitutional. Because keep in mind, the Federal Reserve is not an arm of government. They are not an arm of government. They are a private, subsidized entity that works in tandem with the Secretary of Treasury. Pretty much, their boss is the Secretary of Treasury. They don't answer to anybody else. So how does a organization that's so off the books but on the books have so much power in telling you and controlling your monetary system in a way where it can bankrupt you, put you in a recession, put you into a depression? It can do all kind of different things with the flip of a switch. And yet no one is scared to challenge it, ask questions about it, and innately and really delve into the idea of what's the general purpose. Of course, we say, well, if it ain't broke, it ain't fixed. Well, who said it was ever what? Broken in the very beginning, before they came into business, right? And since then, when they came into fruition, of course, if you know the date the Federal Reserve was actually enacted, I want you to throw that date in the back chat, because I like to always do a form of what? Let's share this economy of teaching, right? Because it's important to know some historical data points, right? The first day that the Federal Reserve was actually enacted, we're talking about early 1900s. If anybody know that actual date, throw that in the back chat, if you will, right? And they've been here ever since. There was actually a scenario that wasn't supposed to last no more than what they was needed for at that time. But since then, they've been able to kind of hang around, right? Because literally right after they became a use case value, we went into a lot of, again, war, so to speak, in this country, right? Right into World War I, World War II. So a lot of the things that obviously matter for its economy had needed to have a little bit more oversight, I guess, in their mind, I should say. Right? I guess in their mind, I should say. Right? So nonetheless, here we are today, right? We've seen a lot of different economies, different countries come into the fold of having a central bank in their countries. For what reason? Obviously, trying to be like, I guess, like the Joneses, I guess, if you want to say that. Right, there you go. Somebody got them. They got them dates popping in the back chat. So I love it. See, that's why we smart over here, right? Because we go above and beyond, right? Just the average mindset. We delve deep into everything that's dealing with, truth to power that could obviously bring us a little bit closer to our own individual power. And one way of doing that is being able to, control your own monetary system, right? To control your own monetary fund or write your own monetary policies. Well, how do you do that, brother African poor? Well, the number one thing that we have at our disposal that others obviously, look down upon in a lot of ways, or they're kind of intimidated by, our ability to go into the equity markets, Forex, crypto, whatever, the quote unquote, the free global capital markets, and write our own checks, right? Write our own checks, void of a Mr. Charlie, right? Void of a screening process, void of being discriminated against, void of all this kind of, illicit ignorance that comes out of people who think they got something that you just, can't live without. So they play, these little mind games with you, right? Well, we're done with that for the most part, some of us, right? And those who are still, working on getting away from that, then again, your time is coming, right? Your time is coming. All right. But still in between time, as they say, in the meantime, between time, we're still finding ways to supplement our opportunity through these capital equity markets by way of being funded by Mr. Charlie, right? Because he's there just to be a financier, so to speak, right? Right. Cut the check, let me do my little hours, right? Let me do my little thing. All right, so I get a little change and do a little something strange with it, right? As I like to say, taking that stuff to the capital markets, right? Avoiding the middleman. Right. So if the feds are so accommodating, which they are, and they have, again, unlimited printing power, again, his words, not mine, Jerome Powell, right? Pretty much the Federal Reserves, the board in itself, again, y'all know my favorite. If I had to even pick one of my favorites out of the Federal Reserve Board, would be what? Cash Kari, right? He's pretty about the most honest one, right? I think he's the Fed of, guys, is it not St. Louis? St. Louis or Chicago? I forgot which one. God, it's on the tip of my tongue. But he's about the most transparent one, right? The dude down in Atlanta, man, he just a puppet. The Philly Fed, he's same way. He puppet. It's a lot of them, but the Cash Card about the transparent one, right? So, but again, nonetheless. So when we're thinking about, again, the power of central banks, right? The ideal of what Japanification actually really means and related value in terms of how they got to the position they were. Again, keep in mind, these people were, they had atomic bomb literally dropped on them. An atomic bomb was dropped on them. Nagasaki, Hiroshima, y'all know the history. Again, America went out of its way to go to somebody else's land and drop an abomination of a bomb on so-called humans, right? Now, what caused it, again, is it up for debate in terms of if it's even relevant or necessary to even make a comparison whether or not it was deserved or not, right? Because you would say, well, who would want to do some of that, heinous magnitude? Like, what did, of course, we all know about the Pearl Harbor and all this stuff. This is more information even on that, because I'm not going to get into all that on this discussion. But we do understand exactly what was happening, right? There you go, over Chris. He's Minneapolis, right? That's it, right? Thank you, over. See, I love it. That's why, that's why the family on point, right? So, of course, Pearl Harbor, led to, it being a scenario where now, the Japanese society as a whole would, their existence, obviously, from that point on was going to change from, for forever, right? And you say, well, what, what's all this, what's all the talk about that about? How is this synonymous with what we're going to talk about? Well, it has a lot to do with what we're talking about, because, again, we understand how these situations work. Who finance wars, right? Who comes up with the money to backstop and pay for all the bullets and the bandages and the guns and the tanks and the helmets and the boots and all that, to send people out the war to fight other people, especially on their land? Not so much defending your land, but to go across many miles, as they say, right, in the fairy tale, right? You cross the many miles, right, just to go fight somebody else. And so basically, the mechanized value within that offset costs a lot of money, right? It costs a lot of money, right? And so that's important. So if you destabilize somebody through war, and innately you want to say, well, okay, well, this is our way of kind of punishing you indirectly, because, we the bullies of the planet, so to speak, right? Right? This is our way of punishing you in your society, right? We're going to kill off you with men, women, and children, right? Your elderly, we're going to drop some bombs on you, right? Of course. And then afterwards, if you don't submit to our new value of bringing you back into somewhat of a first world environment, after bombing you to, so-called quote unquote third world society, then, you're going to be, just going to go, fall to the wayside if you don't accept our terms, right? And the first thing that gets enacted right away, is a what? A new banking system, a new structured monetary system, a new democracy based upon how we're gonna govern your assets, or whatever you have left. In this case, after we done bombed you to, into oblivion, we want what's in the ground, what's on the trees, what's in the cloud, whatever you have, We want that in exchange, right? For somewhat setting you free, right? Because apparently there's something wrong with you because you're not thinking on our level. You're not thinking on our, paradigm. Of course, this is the arrogance of how, these people are under what they're operating under. Again, I don't have to, you guys are well enough and more well equipped to understand this on your own. But again, just laying a framework for a moment and how the central banks have now pretty much took over the four corners of the earth. And as y'all saw and heard in the documentary, they don't answer to nobody. They don't answer to nobody. How is that? Right? I mean, who tells, it couldn't make this stuff up. I mean, it's crazy, right? And who do you go to tell on, the central bankers? Right? Says a lot about, again, just how, we've become so, I guess in a lot of ways dependent upon other people to tell you, how to, brush your teeth, when to go to work, how to go to work, et cetera, et cetera. Right? This new chattel slavery, right? This new form of quote unquote antebellum slavery, right? And so for all the sovereign nations that are still out there that haven't been conquered, quote unquote, I'm using that word because that's how it really is, right? They're hanging on by what? By their chin, right? Hoping that at some point their number don't get called, their ticket don't get punched, and somebody bring the war to their doorstep. Obviously in the form of what? Peace and democracy. Like, seriously? Right? So, of course, we just sat through 4 years of Trump, and he was obviously not being the conventional politician. It kind of threw a monkey wrench into a lot of the people who have power beyond the normal eye have seen, in terms of they couldn't get a war directly out of him, right? Because every president that has came and sat in pretty much the White House had some kind of form of a conflict or war agenda that was thrust on their desk on the Oval Office and said, do this or else. Couldn't make this stuff up. So, of course, Trump's war was obviously the Cold War with China with the tariffs and trade war, but still wasn't no bloodshed, right? Got to give him credit at least for that much, because he was really hard against, I'm not finna, be out there, shooting nobody. I ain't finna do all that. Matter of fact, we finna pull troops out of the Middle East. We finna do a drawdown, in Afghanistan, right? We need to have people getting up out of these, I guess these old dank bases that's in Korea. And I mean, again, his words. So again, I got, as I say, a clock is right twice a day. A clock is right at least twice a day. So there's certain things, again, you just can't push back against in relation to, that he stood for, that made sense logically. Now, all the other stuff, like the 80, 70, 90 cent, whatever, they're, of course, bat crap crazy, right? Now, he can miss me with all the other stuff. But I'm just being again, an honest person in relation to how I see this globe, being a sentient being on it. Of course, I don't limit myself to what the borders of a nation, right? I'm not going to be dumbed down by a state, jurisdiction, city, ordinance, whatever. This entire planet is mine. This entire planet is mine. And when you think on that paradigm, you make moves in relation to that. That way people can't program you with the propaganda to get you all in rah-rah mode over something that you ain't got no control over. But yet you just drunk the Kool-Aid, and now you kind of fall in lock and step, and you'll be the first one sign up to you finna drop a bomb on somebody. Ain't nobody did nothing, even looked at you crazy. But just because somebody else told you that they did it, you automatically accept it and you run with it. But again, I'm only just saying what you guys already know in the back of your heads anyway. If you haven't thought about saying it, hey, y'all know what it is. Again, you speak truth to power. You the author, organizer, or orchestrator, demonstrator, organizer, generator, all that, of your own reality. That's how you should be moving anyway. Especially when you understand the power of being a serial entrepreneur, how to make your own money, void of what other people telling you when, how much, and how to do it and all that. Well, of course, that's what the central banks do after they destabilize your economy. When they flood it with cheap money, printed money, that's not backed by really any kind of tangible resource. More so by what? Debt, inflationary debt, and a marked up valuation value of what we feel like, what we're going to tell you what your values are worth on a global level, because the heads of these different states, and I say states meaning these, central banks, whatever, they're the ones kind of causing all this, this foolishness. Where, and I say this because, again, some of you guys in the back chat, y'all guys trade in the Forex market. Y'all see the fluctuation in the currency pairs every day. What does that tell you? And then you think to yourself, like all the currencies that are publicly traded, you think about that particular country and their currency, right? The lira, the rupees, the yen, all the different types of currency, the pesos, the rand, the cedis, the pounds. We could be here for days. The Canadian, we could be here for days naming all these different currencies. But the one thing we know above all things, how many of those particular countries actually have valuable resources underneath their feet to really back their currency by, if it all came down to that? Go. And if the ones who's calling all the shot, trying to tell you what your stuff is worth, don't really have nothing in their ground, in their trees, in their air to be calling them type of shots, what does that really tell you? That's like me, sitting down here in the DC area. I'm all up in your house in New York and California, wherever you are on this planet, telling you how to run your household. And I'm not only that I'm telling you, but I'm making you do it, and you haven't accepted. And you're not pushing back, so to speak. Right. So again, this is the mindset or the inherent, again, servitude that people kind of subject themselves to because they refuse to stand, straight up with it, like they have a spine, right? As they say, stand it like you got a spine in your back, right? And figure out a way to now, again, let the best thing that you have, in you in terms of your brain power work for you for a change. Right? Let the dominance of you being able to be strategic lead you to a path of opportunity and fruition of finances or whatever. Or we say financial freedom. Right? Of course, there's more than one ways to do that. I'm not saying that there's only one way. Of course, there's many ways. Right? The path that a lot of us take, obviously, in this case, of course, we're just using equity markets. Right? We're not pushing back against the opportunity to say, well, okay, well, hey, I'm already in a bad situation, because the government, the way that they dealt with this coronavirus, and I can say that probably across the entire globe, because a lot of economies out there are still straining, and a lot of them are getting ready to go back into lockdown, right? A lot of them are getting ready to go right back into lockdown because they didn't handle this thing the first time around. And so, again, y'all been watching like I've been watching, whether you believe in it or not. Again, there's going to be some people who don't necessarily follow the rules of so-called science, and they pushing back against it. And they're saying, well, we don't believe you need more people, whatever. And so, of course, they get, bold. They run on out there and they hang out at these rallies and hang out at these bars still, and they're still trying to show that, they feel like science is fake. Then they catch COVID, right? And then, something happens, unfortunately for some or a family member, catches it from them and they pass, and it's like, okay, well, but still, like that kind of level of stubbornness is just, beyond the ideal of just reproach. It's just like, okay, well, you're going to be dealing with this for a lot longer then. As we used to say in the South, a hard head make a soft behind. And in this case, when it comes to the economic recovery, it makes a soft wallet. It makes a very soft wallet. So we had somewhat of a 33% plus GDP recovery over the third quarter. It's supposed to be historically record-breaking. Now, smart people understand what that number really reveals. It reveals a couple things. It reveals we had a backstop of a stimulus package, helicopter money that came from the feds like none other we ever seen in existence. We had at least one round of stimulus checks that came out of nowhere after people had been stuck in their houses, buried in for at least about a month and a half, 2 months. And so soon as some of the phases obviously unlifted, that kind of, mandatory, curfew on a lot of people, they came right out and started spending, buying things that they needed. They couldn't do because they was kind of dug in like ticks during the quarantine. So of course, all that new influx of cash and this, that, and the third, of course, when that money obviously funneled through the system, even with the Fed helicopter money, it made for a very explosive spending spree in a lot of ways throughout the summer. Right, coming out of that, June, July into August. Of course, this 33% rise in GDP that's reflective of the third quarter is just that. So it's more so a one-off event. It was a one-off event because here it is, literally into September, middle September, into September, going into August. October. We're going right back into somewhat of lockdown phase. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the companies obviously had to pack up, shut it down. They tried to reopen. It was unsuccessful. They had to close right back down. And then some of them are not going to open back up. Some of them are not going to open back up for good. They're done. They could not afford it. And so, you say, that's what the Fed's for. The Fed's supposed to be there. Okay, really? Did we not just watch that documentary? Did we not just see all the things about exactly what these central banks do? These federal, the Federal Reserve, whatever. Y'all get it. These just different arms, but they all still central banks. Right? Matter of fact, let's do this real quick. Right? Let's roll some of that beautiful bean footage, as I like to say. Let's pull up some data. Right? Let's go strictly to the data, what they call to the data set. Right? Let me run over here really quick. 1 second. Let me share my screen here. Since we on the topic, right? So you don't say, Brother African Forum, right? Yeah, I do say. Since we're on the topic, right? Since we popping here, right? And we getting it in like we always do, right? Because we're about education over here. We not all about all the other stuff. Okay, y'all can miss us on that, right? Because we're always trying to sharpen our swords, right? Steel sharpens steel, right? So we're talking about, and we're looking at pretty much all the central banks that are obviously on paper right now, right here before you, and where they are strategically located. And the reason, and keep in mind, these are the more notable ones. Now, they do also have subsidiary agencies underneath them, and some of these more smaller countries that are people, again, fail to realize that these people are there, disrupting, dismantling, and kind of calling shots behind the scene, and that's to get to a point where they can build up these kind of these emerging markets, if you will, and when they come online, the way that we feel like they can to so-called quote unquote become a third or first world country, which I find disrespectful to even call them a third world, but y'all know how that is. That they're going to be right there to when they really get up and popping to get there and start implementing their banking system scenario full blast. Right, we're seeing it happen right now with the emerging markets. Again, look at some of the emerging market ETFs and different stocks out there, and now this new wave of innovative value when it comes to these SPAC deals, right? These special, again, y'all know the whole thing with that, right? They running rampant now, especially on the EV side. So look at it again. You got the ECB. Obviously, that was this ground zero. The ECB is ground zero, right? The reason why they are ground zero is because they were the ones who obviously implemented a lot of the banking scenarios and the cartels of old, even going back to colonial days, even preceding that. The financiers and all those stuff, right? We know some of the names. We ain't got to act like we're oblivious to it. And the Rothschilds, the Sinclairs, all that kind of stuff like that, right? We know what's going on here, right? And so, of course, like I've always said, when you think about how this world is still now under somewhat of a control system. Of course, England and Europe has always been the banking district. Rome is always going to be notable as to the religious systems district, and then America is going to be known for its military might. Right. So how do you dodge that? Dodge those three values to kind of still formulate a thesis to live your life on your terms. Again, of course, in this case, I'm saying sovereign. Of the system analyses that obviously, once they get in, they destroy. Of course, that's what happened with Japan. Not my scenario, not me speculating, not my hyperbole. It's just what has happened on paper, We just watched the documentary, right? We pulled up some of the data. We know what Japan's debt value is. Their debt to equity ratio is horrible. Of course, they'll say that they're in the business of coming back strong. And so all the bad paper that they sitting on is obviously good paper in disguise, because guess what? They just keep borrowing against it in a low interest rate, because, Japan is sitting at a what? Negative interest rates. Do y'all know what that means? To be sitting at negative interest rates. Essentially, negative interest rates means that we're literally paying people to take money off our hands. They're paying people to take money off their hands. To acquire property, you're getting a surplus. Now, back in those days, you go to get a loan to get a house or a car, they give you throw in an old toaster, old sunbeam toaster back in the day. Now they just give me a whole, hard cold cash. Now, here, take this cash. Matter of fact, you want my daughter, my firstborn daughter, you can take her too. Just get this loan, right? True story. Negative interest rates, right? Through debt. Again, that's ultimately the manipulation of bad, what they call bad paper, right? When a person has formulated this idea that you get the chance to ride through what? Gravy Valley with biscuit wheels with no worries, but there lies the problem, because when you don't worry, it's when they snatch the rug from money. When you see a rug pull in the stock market, right? When you think your directional value in the trade you done chose, all of a sudden do a hard pivot like Barry Sanders to break your angles and reverse on you and come wipe out all the gains that you just acquired, right? At some point, that bubble gonna burst. Well, yeah, it's gonna happen. And the bigger we inflate our bubble, we feel like America could do no wrong because it seems to be somewhat of the marquee standard. Well, you'll be again. You look, wake up. All I'm gonna say, wake up. Don't you dare believe just because you feel like you can go to McDonald's at 1 a.m. in the morning that you got something great, right? Don't you dare begin to even take a day off, because I guarantee day takes no day off as well. And trying to figure out how to, pull, from you to enrich those who obviously in more, to have more control. Of course, and they say big government, but we know there's unseen hands that's behind the scene as well. Right? So when you think about getting central banks as a whole, of course, when, even again, Japan, again, the new, central bank chair over there is now a guy named Kuroda. Again, that guy, man, you talking about print money? You talking about, boy, you think, Jerome Powell just got hit with that disease, agreed, under this new COVID situation, because of course, he was a more hawkish, federal chair, early on, especially, when Trump first got in office, obviously we raised twice. Of course, the stock market went to whining and crying because, of course, they like cheap money. Of course they do, because they get the benefit of what? Ballooning stocks with what? All cheap money that floods the stock market. Of course, we just saw that in the documentary, how this stuff works. This is not up for debate. This is how they inflate bubbles, right? This is how they had the old tulip bubbles, way back in the days. They understand that. They just need to convince enough people to go along with the scheme. Credit screens, credit swap schemes, derivatives, right? Just coming up with things out of thin air and then putting an unbelievable valuation on it and saying, this is what it's worth. And how dare you even try to question it? Right? This is the hustle. This is the hustle, my people. Right? So you ask yourself, of course, how do you sustain? Right? How do you sustain? Right? Because we have to realize that, these are the things that are surrounding us day to day, telling you, when, where, and how, when, whatever, how to live your life. And so people, again, I always say, there's a lot of fake outrage, that goes on in and around, especially in this country. There's always fake outrage. People got to act as if they care, because they don't want to be looked at, like you're not, on one of the code of the, all the, the dirt and the, the dustiness that comes along sometimes with being, in this country. And that goes for any country around the planet. I don't care who you are. Right? There's always going to be some tyranny and some In this case, of course, takeovers and raids, and they do a raid on small businesses all the time with these big conglomerate companies. How you think, why do you think there's a lot of mom and pop spots that they got blown up under COVID? And they're never coming back. And these used to be staple businesses in their little small communities here and there, and they're done. Because I always, liken the idea that the small businesses of America really backstops the economy. Keep in mind, there are more small businesses than what? Big conglomerates. So, of course, they make up really the real fabric, because they're not big industrial warehouses and businesses and rural areas across America and places where there's only maybe 2 or 3 stoplights. There's small businesses there, mom and pop little spots. They're the ones who make up really the true fabric of the economy. But of course, if you choke them out, force them out, big businesses take over. Government comes in and subsidizes everything, and I take over the ownership of a lot of these different things. Now that, we right back where we started. That's why the election and the whole idea why, again, just from a psychological perspective, how a lot of people ride with Trump. Just to be honest, if I can be, a lot of politicians have been sitting in offices for 10 and 20 years. You think about it, like, what have you really done? To be honest, what have they done? And no, that's not a vote of confidence for Trump. I'm just, again, I do pros and cons, right? I'm an opportunist, right? All right, I'm an opportunist. I look at everybody as, charlatans. On that front, of course. All of them charlatans. Every last one of them are charlatans. And again, of course, you can't predict, won't happen, right? Right. Can't convince me different, right? Because again, their actions have shown plenty of times exactly, who they are, or they say they are who they say they are. We're just the ones who don't want to accept it. So of course, we want to go along to get along. We want to play the game of what? Hide and don't seek, right? We want to hide, stick our heads in the sand, keep our heads in the sky, and don't seek our opportunity in a way where we can what? Backstop our own existence, no matter what scenario hits us. What economic downturns come our way? What viruses hit our what? Doorstep? Of course, we have a way to backstop it. Now, I'm not saying that, we got cures and all that stuff, to do with it, but at least you have enough, of a economic, war chest of opportunity afforded to you, where at least you ain't sitting there, having to figure out how you're going to feed yourself, your family, take care of this, that, and the third, especially if you go down in a scenario where you can't go to work. Of course, like I said, if we're performance-based entities, then you know what the world looked like. If everybody had, had to perform to eat, man, look, it'll be a whole new different ball game out there. A whole new different one. And so, of course, that's why we do what we do. That's what makes us extraordinary people. That's what makes us aliens, economic aliens, as I like to say, right? Again, I got all these T-shirt moments I keep saying. That's a T-shirt moment. You should consider yourself an economic alien. If you are an entrepreneur-minded person that goes into free capital markets and pull money from it, by proxy of that alone, that makes you an economic alien. Because that way, you know what that means? That means you come and go as you please. That's what aliens typically do, right? Well, at least the theory thereof, right? They'll show up one day out of the blue. Man, what's that in the sky, man? And they out of there, right? They hit the gas on you. Right? You smell them, that nitrous oxide. They up out of there. Exactly what a lot of us do in the stock market. We in for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour, if that, 3 minutes sometime, whatever, 2 days, a day and a half. Man, look, when the bag's shaking, we there. And when we get what we need, we out of there. We don't have to stop by and submit, what we did and all this stuff. We don't have to answer to nobody in that perspective. Right? We do our damage and we out of there. Right? So again, that's why I say, we have a lot to be grateful for, in essence, that we're acquiring a skill set that, puts us in a position where we can challenge all this, this craziness of watching wealthy people get wealthier when chaotic moments happen. These things are not by accident. They're salivating, they're rubbing their hands together, licking their lips, waiting for, chaos to happen. Because that's when the most money is always stolen from people. This has been going on since the days of Rome. Not making this stuff up. Go dig through the historical text. as I say, get out the clouds, get out all this fantasy, living in reality TV, and get serious about understanding how this world has been moving over the past 2,000-3,000 years. And you might actually learn something. You might learn how to shake and move a little bit, right? You might learn how to really actually get to a point where you can make $1 out of 15 cents. Again, it's the battle of the bullets and the bandages. That's a new scenario. That's what it should be, because that's what it is. It's people who are out there literally trying to bankrupt people's entire economy so they can have the ability to go in and rebuild it and get all the take all the chips off your table and put them on theirs. Again, it's the reason why when you look at even the central banks list that I have on the screen right here, like who put these, seriously. Of course, we understand there's a function, right? There's a function that they're supposedly, from a mundane perspective, supposed to carry out. And if they ever stopped or ceased, since they've been able to kind of come in and mess up a lot of different things, it's like now you're on life support with them. You got to ride with them to the very end, unless you just overthrow everything and start over almost nearly from scratch. It has gotten that bad where you can't even change it. I mean, just think about the Swiss National Bank alone. The Swiss National Bank alone houses some of the most off the record monetary, accounts that the world has ever can even imagine. You talk about offshore banking account, man. Swiss National got so much money sitting up in they vaults, off the record, of people hoarding money and sending it downrange. These same people that dodging tax and this, that, third, then look at you crazy because you don't pay tax, or you off by 0.7% on your tax. They want to come and send the henchman at your doorstep. And here it is, people, again, Jeff Bezos skipped on a $20 billion tax bill under this tax plan. True story. He skipped on a $20 billion tax bill under Trump's tax plan. And you can't even skip paying 7 cents at the grocery store one day, even during a coronavirus pandemic. Ain't that something? They won't even let you keep your little 7 cents or 6 cents on the dollar during an economic downturn, during a pandemic, to feed your family. They still want it all. Yet Bezos skipped on a $20 billion tax bill. So again, I'm just saying, why are we sitting there trying to convince ourselves that, we're comfortable wanting to go play the game, right? Brother Ramsey, I'm gonna need you to stay focused a little bit. Oh, but I can't have that, that terminology on the page right now. I got parents that watch this channel too, and kids. I know sometimes we go hard, but right now ain't the time to go hard. Let's stay a little focused, family. Because my mom do come through and watch the channel too sometimes. I got people, young kids that want to learn this stuff as well. So I know we go hard sometimes, but right now let's not, right? Because YouTube be on that censoring stuff. They be checking for those kind of words and stuff lately. I've been noticing that. So we want to make sure we don't get in the reason to kind of mess with us, right? We need this information to go down range, right? We need this information to go down range, right? So, but nonetheless, again, so when we strategize and we formulate, again, a thesis or our minds to realize how important it is to realize, or I should say, understand system analysis, right? Or the status quo that we're living underneath, right? Right? This so-called democratic process that we're finna go into come November the 3rd, which is going to be no more than a dog and pony show, right? It's going to be a debacle like none other, right? It's going to be, of course, that night I'm going to have my little vegan popcorn, right? I'm just going to be laughing, get me some little ginger beer, right? Right? And I'm just going to be laughing my behind off, because all I'm going to be doing is watching the futures market as they, whatever they deliver for, what state was won, whatever. I'm just going to be watching the futures market. I'm sitting there, I look at this as like, oh, this is going to be a wonderful bag whole day. I'm already, prophesizing in my own right how much money I'm going to make, no matter, obviously, of course, whoever gets in the White House, but just that night alone, because, the people who are really concerned about all those little, I don't know, those kind of things, right? Politics. I'm gonna let them run frantic and cry and be scared and go through all that. I'm just gonna be sitting back, like taking notes, like, yep, let me see what the sector's gonna be benefiting off this president, whoever. Let's see what kind of policies that they're trying to implement. Yep, let me scratch that off. Let me make sure I strategize, make sure if I want to rebalance over here. That's how I'm gonna look at this. That's how I'm gonna look at any election going forward, ever in my existence going forward, ever. Right? Because I now realize how money works. I now realize how money works. Right? And in knowing so and how that, matters as far as my existence, so to speak, and what it can do for me and mine, then of course, I'm doing like any serial entrepreneur does, or any businessman or businesswoman does. Right? We don't take no days off. Matter of fact, our very existence is the fact that, we have to always stay what? Surrounded by, information. As if anybody that's running a regular business, have to do in a lot of ways anyway, because they're trying to improve. They're thinking about their competitors in a lot of ways, how they can build a quote unquote better mousetrap, how to, obtain a little bit more extra margin, right? If they can increase on price or bring new products to market or whatever the case, anyway, they can grow their per capita, their scenario. Well, that's what we do. Right? We're not sitting there worried about, I like to make this point here. Like when our alarm clock goes off, when our alarm clock goes off in the morning, for a lot of us, we get excited. For a lot of other people, their alarm clock goes off, they're ready to shoot it, beat it with a bat. They're ready to sling it across the side of the room. Man, they're ready to throw it in the bathtub with water. They're like, man, that alarm clock go off again. I know something. They dread hearing their alarm clock. Matter of fact, it's just the way that it even wakes them up like a shock. It just wakes you up out of the cozy, only to be rewarded with the idea that you got to get up, go through the monkey suit process every morning, just to go check in and clock in to Mr. Charlie. Let that marinate for a moment. You get shocked out of your sleep every morning just to go clock in and look at somebody in your face, somebody in their face that, supposedly writing you a paycheck. They're getting all your talent, all your genius, all your intellect, all your wisdom and your knowledge and all that every day for 8, 9, 10 hours a day. And we're trying to convince ourselves that's a natural trade-off. It's a natural trade-off. We're trying to convince ourselves of that. When our alarm clock goes off in the morning, for those who are out there invested in the markets, what do? We feel like we overslept in a lot of ways. Man, did I oversleep? Woo! Let me cut the computers on, right? Let me roll over and cut this cell phone on. Let me see what's shaking and moving. It's 4 a.m. It's 4:02. Man, I already missed 2 minutes of the pre-market. Oh man, look at it. It's like Christmas every day for us. It's like Thanksgiving for us every single day. Every day is a holiday when you learn how to make your own money. Because not only do you have the freedom where you even take days off if you choose, right? Especially if you got goals and you hit your goals for the week, right? It's like, okay, yeah, I tell you what, I'm not going to even touch the market there. There's no need for me to even touch it. But let some breaking news come down the pipeline. At least I have the choice if I choose. Right? We're again that kind of level of freedom. That kind of level of freedom. What's going on, Eva Monica? I see Eva Monica came in the building. Guys, go subscribe to her channel. Go subscribe to her channel right now. Don't even wait. Don't hesitate. Don't think twice. Go subscribe to her channel. Sister Monica had a ladies' night event tonight on her channel, right? Displaying again some of her most quality entrepreneurship, as she always does. A phenomenal businesswoman. Right, she had a ladies' night virtual party tonight, displaying some of her jewelry. Again, always putting herself in a position to get to the bag. That kind of energy. Like I say, serial entrepreneurs. Right? Over Chris in the building. Go subscribe to his YouTube channel. Of course, don't wait. Don't hesitate. Don't think twice. You get A+ quality content coming from him as well. These people are solid in what they do, how they roll. All of us should be endeavoring to do just that. Because again, I tell you what, for those people who have money, who have businesses, who have people who are dependent of them, right, to help them survive, whatever the case. Again, these people are always thinking, how can they grow this scenario? Rarely do you see people hit a point of stagnation and their growth and say, I'm fine with that. That has an entrepreneur itch or entrepreneur energy. Now there comes a point where you have made so much money over the years, you be like, oh, I got so much, I'm straight. You lose a lot of your passion. But you still taking care of though. But look, key word is what? You. Emphasis and quotation on the word you or that person, right? Not us. Right? So I'm just saying, for us, we're not sitting there trying to go against that grain ever again. And it took a minute for some of us to kind of come to the mindset where, we see that, now that it's important that we emphasize and more so somewhat circle our own wagons for a change. Because a lot of people then got rich off us. Indirectly and directly, people then got rich off us. Indirectly, you done bailed out American Airlines, you done bailed out AIG, you done bailed out Merrill Lynch, you done bailed out a lot of the banks out there, you done bailed out GM, you done bailed out Ford, you done bailed out all these companies out there. You done bailed out all those companies indirectly, and then not one time did they offer you a low interest rate or a better price on them little dusty little cars when you went to go buy your car. Not one time did you say, yeah, you remember we bailed you out. Remember back in 2008, 2009, 2010, we bailed you out. Hey man, throw your brother a brick this time around. Help me out. They're like, no, sir, but the sticker price says. What? See, that's how the hustle works. People are always trying to hustle you. Right? They're always trying to hustle you. But, when it comes time to kind of share the love, spread the love, right? Hey, Brother Rams, again, we can't use them words, brother. We can't be using them words. I know it's not in context. You're not being derogatory about it. But again, I don't want you to mess with me right now. I just don't want them to mess with me right now on that. Because they be sending out them little dusty little policies about that kind of stuff lately. I don't know if you've seen it, but on YouTube, they even got now with this old kid stuff that you got to make sure that if you put up videos, they got to be whether it's kid word or not. All this stuff they make you go through and put them little words up, right? So again, we don't want to use them kind of terminology. Speaking code. Y'all not a speaking code. Why y'all acting like y'all not a speaking code? Speaking code, all right? You ain't got to go full-fledged with it. We understand what's going on. We smart over here, right? Intelligent people over here, right? Speaking code, but we know exactly what you're talking about if you're trying to have a conversation with somebody in the back chat, right? But we're just trying to keep YouTube off our backs, right? We don't want them disrupting our reality, right? But again, so, when we're trying to again formulate a game plan, a ground game, or whatever the case, and knowing that where we are, so somewhat in terms of our economy and what we're trying to now again maintain and understand, meaning how to be able to read the tea leaves, as I like to say, right? We're trying to read those tea leaves, right? Matter of fact, let me get the link for you guys to come on the panel. Y'all, it's Friday. I know it's Saturday. Everybody's feeling good. I get it. Again, I'm with you, right? 100%. I ain't the one to never tell you how to be an adult, but again, we're just trying to make sure you two don't come mess with us and shut us down, right? It's not necessary because we need to have a place where we can get it in at, right? Right? Yeah, I know it's full moon. Let me give you the link. Come get on the panel and let's build, let's build together. So here's the link if you guys want to come on to the back panel, especially, if again, being able to discuss the documentary that we spoke about, tonight and that we saw. Definitely come on. We welcome you. We welcome you. Right? We welcome you. Right? And so, again, like I was saying, as far as where we're headed as an economy, right? Because all this stuff is synonymous, right? I know I talk a whole lot, right? I get it. But I got all this stuff in my head, man. I always say there's a method to my madness because I'm always trying to read something that's surrounding the markets. I'm trying to always equip myself with some kind of form of knowledge so I can better leverage it, right? So I can use it as an advantageous leap ahead of the game, so I can stay in the money, quote unquote, especially when it comes to the options or anything. But that's my whole mentality, right? Because again, I am of the mindset that if I don't move my feet, I'm not going to eat. So I need to know who all the the movers and the shakers and the players is in this industry that I'm in. Enough to know that, of course, if I see them making any kind of abnormal move, I need to be making sure I'm protected. Right. And that's what any smart person would do anyway. Pretty much in any environment or any situation when they're trying to make sure that they're not the ones that finna get taken advantage of. Because again, them days are over with. We've been called that a long time ago. Them days over with. Right? We're not here to play the game of, we'll just let people, tell us in and everything, and we just run with it, right? Like we just some kind of, little, adolescent kid that don't know how to make executive decisions on our own. So when we use the capital markets, what are we doing? Inherently, we're forcing ourselves to make executive decisions every day. That entail will reflect into what? Right? Us being able to get a bag. Right? Us being able to get a bag. Right? So again, I love it for that reason, that you have people who are really excited about learning more ways to put the power of the purse in their hands. Right? The power of the purse in their hands. Right? So again, if it takes us to learn a little extra here or get a crash course on understanding how these monetary systems work, how these monetary policies work, how these central bankers are shake and move, how these small time subsidiary banks shake and move, how the government depend on these scenarios to backstop their situation, how they move money around behind your back in the dark of night without you knowing about it, to set up a strategic move so they can make more power scenarios to take control over the American people, how they doing all these things, and then they just come out and give you a whole lot of what they call, back in the old days, they call it cockamamie excuses about why they can't do this for you, why they can't cut a stimulus check, why they can't do better infrastructure spending, why they can't spend on education, why they can't balance the budget, why they always gonna tell you about what they can't do. But in secret, they're making moves. They're actually doing what they want to do. Not so much of even the will of the American people. It's so funny to me how that stuff works now when you see it for what it really is. Right. So yeah, I just get excited because I know, we're changing the game, guys. We're changing the game. Right. It's people who don't want to deal with us right now. Right. That used to want to deal with you because now your time is not their time. Meaning you're not wasting your time with things that are not fruitful, it's not going to yield you an ROI. Right? You're not going to waste your time anymore if you can't get a return on your investment, because time is a commodity, is it not? Oh, yes, it is. Time is a commodity. The procurement, how Japan's economy got dismantled, right? Post Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and how they just instinctively came behind and made that kind of an investment behind the scenes to grow to where it's at today, to the point that they took over Japan's economy in a lot of ways. And now Japan is forever indebted to America or the central banking system as a whole. The actual, what they call the grand poobah of the central banks, right? They're forever indebted to them. Of course, they got some trinkets. They can shop at Saks Fifth Ave and go to Tiffany's and all that stuff and get bags, but y'all know what that stuff is. That's just window dressing. It's window dressing. They relinquish a lot of their power. Again, that's like somebody coming to your house. Here it is, you married with kids, got a family. They come in and play the surrogate control over your entire existence, and you got to deal with it. They're waking up at 3 a.m. and going to the refrigerator butt naked like on Baby Boy. And here it is, you sit on the couch trying to watch the Jack Bennett show with your wife, and they come in there butt naked, go to the refrigerator and pull some cheesecake out and go. You like, what? Wait. Hold up, bro. I mean, I understand you here, but God dog, bro. That's the kind of takeover this scenario. I mean, that's what they do. But anyway, we got some new family on the panel. All right, let me share the love, spread. It's called spread the wealth, right? Spread the wealth. What's going on, Eva, Monica? What's going on over, Chris? Happy to have y'all in the house. How are you guys doing on this awesome Saturday evening? Again, of course, you guys could be anywhere in the world, but you're hanging out with your brother just for a couple of seconds. And for me, I'm forever grateful and humbled by that. And I enjoy our village anytime we can come together and build. So shout out to you both. Everybody again in the back chat that's listening in. Shout out to you all as well. I'm humbled always. to have people come through, hang out with your brother. So how y'all doing this evening?
Hey, peace, power, and profit, Brother African Emporium, Chris, the chat, everybody out there. Just hanging out on a nice little Saturday. You know, I'm on high, just finished having our ladies' night, empowering the sisters, checking on everybody, making sure we all still intact.
Awesome. And, again, I was so, I did, like, man, this is ladies' night. It says ladies' night, right? The only thing said ladies' night. You're like, man, I want to go there, hang out, because it's just a family. But you know what? He's like, no, it says ladies' night, right? So that means you go away, go do something else, go play, play with some marbles for a second or so, then come back later. Right? That kind of reality.
It's so funny because, like, I was getting text messages from the brothers, right? Like, I want to get on. I'm like, I can't let you in. I can't let you in.
Right, that's right. Ladies' night. Y'all gotta respect the ladies.
Yeah, it was cool. We have sisters from all over. The hurricane that little whatever went through Georgia kind of messed us up a little bit. Our kids didn't get where they needed to be, and so right. But we still made the best of it. Those who did have their kids, they made the best of it. We had fun, we partied, we laughed. So next month, look out, ladies. Tell your wives, tell your girlfriends, tell your friends. Next month we have Veterans Day coming in, so we're gonna have our sister vets, in the building. Those who serving, those who's already come on out and transition. And so we had some fun, and everybody else is welcome as well. So it's that idea, Brother African Emporium, came about because. Due to the pandemic, I noticed a lot of sisters were like, man, this staying at home thing ain't working out for me, or this mask is giving me anxiety, and just having all kind of dealings with what is going on, just the pandemic period, right?
Right.
And and so you got a battle check. You have to if you have the opportunity to, you have to do your part in caretaking your battles. And I said, what better way to put on a mask on Halloween and show the beauty in you? So those who are dealing with anxiety, depression, or any of those facets, it was to expose them. And I have a lot of friends that say they can't get down with the technology. They're not really, it's not really the same. They have to reach out and touch somebody. And they miss it, they miss hugging their babies, and and we coming up into the time of the year where it's holiday season for many, and many people have lost loved ones who they were not there to say that last goodbye or hold a hand or cry that last tear. And so we want to be able to caretake them these last few months. And so I plan to have 2 more. Next month, the veterans, and then in the month of December is my birthday month. And so, yeah, that's right. Ooh, and so we have big things planned. And so that's the inspiration to look after my battles out there. And make sure that they know that we can reach out and touch them, and we don't have to be physical. And if I can get some of them to really grasp that, and hold on to the fact that, I can see you, we can still communicate, you could still find a way out of this thing, it'd be great. And some people don't deal with that, and that's fine, but you will be surprised who's on antidepressants. And so,
right.
And we had our bling going, we had our bling. I took my necklace off, but I still have my earrings blinging.
I see. I still see a little bit of that energy still with you there from the live, because I'm pretty sure you guys had a great, moment. And again, you kind of pretty much summarized exactly how important it is to, in this case, when we say the village, right, keeping up with those who are, respectively, people that you honor and you care about and you respect them. And there's so many ways you can still find a way to enjoy life, despite, again, the coronavirus situation as a whole, whatever the case, or economic scenarios that are kind of plaguing people in so many ways. Because again, we are on the back end of this somewhat of a experiment or case study on what has happened, post, well, not say post COVID, but since the COVID scenario hit, and where people have not been able to have, again, that level of being able to even check on, like I said, grandkids, nieces, nephews, whatever the case, because they kind of been shut in or stuck or because of work and then because of the finances. There's so many different pieces to this whole unfortunate puzzle that has came into our existence. And if it's something as simple as like you just did this evening, going virtual and bringing them bringing them to that kind of hey, we still here, we still sisters, we still I'm still here thinking about you guys. So let's have us a moment, right? Let's take us, let's put our reality back to back into fruition a little bit. If it's something simple as again, makeup and jewelry, and again, it's so many different ways you can bring a light to people. And so shout out to you again and everybody else that kind of tuned in for the sisterhood, that course, for your bill this evening and what it has done for some people. I know you lifted a lot of different people's mindset today, their energy, out of the, some like very like, right? Because it goes, you cut on the TV, you keep hearing the same thing. This virus ain't letting up. Matter of fact, it's getting worse. Here we go again.
I know. You know what was interesting? Like, I just had just come on alive. We're going to look cute. We're going to dance. We have fun. We play some games and whatnot. I ain't win none of the games. But what happened was when the ladies start popping in, I wanted everybody to look good. But, sometimes lately, dressing up and looking good, you in the house, it's like unusual. It's like taboo. Like, what is she talking about? But those sisters came. One sister, Brother African Emporium, she had, I promise you, it looked like she was at a candlelight dinner. She had her table laid out. She had this beautiful champagne looking bowl with popcorn in it, right? She had an affirmation there. She had some sparkles, right?
Nice.
And just ready, dressed, had her tiara on, like I'm in here. And then there's another sister, she had her little layout. Oh my gosh, like they took it to a whole nother level, and nice. Being that I know them and I know the backstory, I'm like, yes, you're coping, you're doing it, we're in there, we're gonna make it, we're gonna get there. And so I was like overwhelmingly excited. Some people didn't open their camera, but they're gonna get there. And so the idea is to get them to the point, as you just stated, where they can still live life, and it's a whole nother world. The virtual reality is a whole nother world.
Gotcha. And not only, like you said, the way you really pretty much hit the nail on the head in terms of being able, when they say like when you kind of bring in, that energy back, to light in a lot of ways for a lot of people. It's something that's, like I said, we may look at it, okay, that's just, women stuff for girls. But man, you just don't know what that does for a person. The idea of what that does for a person who's been, like I say, going through this scenario like anybody else has. And, and they're just trying to stay sane much as they can, right? Because, it's like you look around and you say, well, the people who that you thought were the quote unquote the adults are supposed to be doing their best to kind of make sure we're not dealing with it, because I'm paying them in a lot of ways, or a salary to look out for my best interest and not doing what the job that they're supposed to be doing. It's like, what else do you have to turn to at this point then, right? And so again, if you're not a self-motivated person or a self-actualizing kind of person who know how to kickstart their own, generate their own energy or their happiness or whatever the case, just naturally, then sometimes it's okay to fall back on your sisters and your brothers, right? That's what we're supposed to be there for anyway, because you already know them people down in Pennsylvania Street gonna fail you, right? Them people all the way down there watch, they gonna fail you, right? Your little local county state, they do what they can to you, but they gonna fail you at some point too. So you might as well stop trying to be so dependent upon that mess anyway, and just come on, and again, hang out, with people like us, so we can help you find a way to make you a little piece of change, right? Doing a little something strange, because I guarantee ain't no better feeling than being able to make you some money, right? That right.
And you said, yeah, you hit a banger on that one. Someone asked me today, they said, when did you get so happy about trading? I didn't even notice it, right? It's like, no matter what conversation we're in, you go back to trading and investing. And when did you get so happy about trading? Listen, I can't even put my hand on it. I'm just happy to be happy.
That's it. You know, it's just a newfound, respect that you able to garner from your own self. Not so much to even go looking for somebody else. It's the fact that you got something now that someone can't take away from you. That's the kind of power that I've been searching for quite a long time, right? And again, we've all had corporate, environments and jobs and this, that, and the third, been in different environments. And again, you still subjected to somebody's rules, regulations, or whatever the case to a degree. Here it is over here with us. It's like, look, if I don't want to deal with it today, I ain't got to deal with it, right? Right? The TV can stay off, my door can stay locked, my phone can stay off on busy, and I'm fine with that. Because know what? I ain't got to worry about missing no meals. Because guess what? As long as that doggone, them tapes moving, y'all know what I mean when I say them tapes moving and them tickers moving, everything gravy, right? We're still functioning, So again, I'm just saying, I know it's not for everybody in essence, because they just hadn't really got to that point where they're comfortable enough to want to, endeavor in such a scenario where it's going to challenge them, because again, I've always said, many times is that saying again, he that is most comfortable is least likely to change. A lot of people are very comfortable in the status that they are at this point. They're just waiting for something to kind of take them over the edge. And I guarantee the coronavirus has done it for a lot of people. They're like, man, I'm sick and tired of this foolishness. Ain't nobody in the world finna be sitting there waiting on this mess ever again. Right?
As if they have a choice to take care of you too. That's the piece.
Correct.
I was talking to someone today, and they getting their home, in the process of transitioning to a new home, and it was like, man, we got to hurry up, because there's, they're like the landlords are they give you till you get the delay in the rent, but they say, oh yeah, you don't have to pay it on the 1st, but you need to have it by the 20th because the deadline is on the 5th, because they only give it October 5th, and then after that, you got to come with that rent, and it was like, man, we need to get up out of here before they. And she was like, this is total anxiety. Like you get help, but you don't get help. It still comes back to hunt you. If I didn't have the money on the 1st, for me, I think I have it on the 20th.
Exactly. And so, you have something special. Not only, again, you already have an acquired set of skills that's just phenomenal in itself. But like I said, when we're just building our armor, like when you add other, extra aspect of layers to your armor of knowledge and opportunity that you can afford somebody, man, I tell you what, ain't no better feeling being able to give somebody something. As they say, a gift that keeps on giving. Y'all remember during Christmas time, you get that little gift. They say, this is a gift that keeps on giving. You get like a little watch. And they're like, man, they're trying to convince you, man, it's a gift that keeps on giving. It's going to keep you on time and all this. Oh, somebody get you a alarm clock. Man, there ain't a gift that keep on giving. That thing going to wake me up and make me mad, right? I got to go clock in, Mr. Charlie. But now it's like, I tell you what, hey, come hang out with us for a week. Come hang out with us a couple of weeks. Let's put you in a position where you can get you some power, right? Let's get you the type of energy, again, that makes you, separate from a lot of people who haven't really kind of crossed that road yet and being able to take a chance on themselves, right? And of course, like anything, you start small and you grow your way to its existence. All right, it's the reason why it took these so-called central banks to get to the power point that they are today, where they got all this power and then they ain't answering to nobody, and they control all this money, all this funny money, all these little paper notes that walk around with all these big faces and stuff on, all this stuff that's created out of whatever, Wazuna, wherever. And now again, it's governing again, like I said, us in a way where we're slaves to it in a lot of ways, right? And I'm saying that because if you have to feel like you got to work extra hard for it, then of course it makes you feel like that, because you really don't have an answer to your situation, right? You don't have no backstop. Again, we ain't got no, ain't no late, heir from the Chateaubriand showed up and saying, hey, you can't focus on so, he left you in the wheel of so, right? That stuff rarely happens, right? It don't happen, especially in the hood. It don't happen like that. So of course, why go through your entire life trying to convince yourself that you were subjected to be, working for somebody else, in order for you to feel comfortable about yourself? Because a lot of people took that mentality. A lot of our elderly, family members took that road, right? They found honor in being able to get up and go to work. Of course, you can't, fault for person from how they feel, but if they had some proper education, they wouldn't have took that road, because who wants to go slave for the rest of their life? and feel like they're a man or a woman when they wake up in the morning and look themselves in that mirror, right? Of course, we understand what it is. Those people out there who living their best life every day off what? Your labor. And they show up in the parking lot with something that's foreign, and everybody come outside and be oohing and ahhing, and the boss be like, yeah, if you keep working hard, keep your nose clean, and stay humble, and follow all the rules and regulations, then guess what? Next year, I'll be able to buy another one. What? I thought you were going to say I'll be able to get one with you. No, I'll be able to buy another one because, you know, you're working hard. You're growing the business. Right? So this is the mindset. You got to realize this. At some point, you got to stop being bamboozled. Right? At some point, you have to stop being bamboozled. Right? Your worth is far more greater than what they could ever pay you. Of course, I ain't saying walk off the job tomorrow. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying learn how to walk and wean your way into opportunity in a way where at least you are more control than not being in control. Because right now, since the coronavirus situation is shedding a lot of light and exposing a lot of weaknesses in our own mental frailties and our disillusion of thinking that, you know, we in the greatest this and greatest country and we got the greatest this and greatest scientists and greatest doctors and greatest opportunity. Man, all that stuff been thrown in the trash can. And it's like, man, look, you better learn how to what? Fish. You better learn how to fish. Because it's obvious that they ain't finna be giving you fish. Unemployment been gone since when? Right?
July 31st.
And then here it is, what, October 31st?
Well, the extra 600 anyways.
Right. And a lot of states already dang there and emancipated their entire budget. They didn't, gutted a lot of their budget. Anyway, Trump already telling you he ain't want to do nothing for other states. Again, he made it very clear. He ain't doing nothing for blue states, as if he the president of only what? Republicans. He made that very clear, and people still sitting there sliding with that foolishness.
He made those states tap into their emergency money, honey. You want to keep your state up, you better get off your dollars.
It's reality, not mine. You know what I'm saying? I mean, his words. So, and people sitting there sure trying to make excuses for that. You know, so they've made it very clear that this is the divisive value of what you have to deal with, where you got grown people arguing like little children. And here it is, everybody caught in the middle is collateral damage. Elderly to the young. Right? Kids got to sit in front of, you know, computers to try to learn stuff from school. And it's everybody going through it. So it's not like everybody ain't, you know, catching it.
Yep.
Even the animals, because they can't even. I can show that documentary. Even the dogs, right? They out of bounds right now. They growling at each other, and waking up in the middle of the night like Tourette's and they're growling out of nowhere. Like, man, I can't even go outside. They're like I'm supposed to. Right? It's that crazy. You know, this is the world that we're in. So again, you know, hey, we make the best of it, but for what it's worth, that's why we do what we do over here. Right? That's why we're gonna keep pushing that. But you know, we're gonna keep, you know, stretching the limits. If there even is one at this point, because now with the information that we're getting and learning, again, I always say, imagine where you're going to be 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. Some of you guys just jumped off the port. Some of you guys already been off the port. Some of you guys are refining your skill set. Some of you guys are coming back into this after kind of having it, and then kind of, you know, exceeding in the corporate world and kind of saying, I can still do it on the side. But now you're saying, okay, let me pick this thing back up, dust it off, and get back at it. This environment has gave us a lot to be really thankful and grateful for, because it reignited us with our newfound love of doing for self for a change, as we say, self-preservation. And I know that because I can say that unequivocally. I mean, look, I wake up every day like, man, I am so grateful and humble. Yeah, I have something that they can't take from me. You can't.
I woke up this morning thinking at 4 a.m. thinking I could trade.
Right. You know what I'm saying? You just woke up. That's the kind of Tourette stuff we wake up with. We wake up with withdrawals. We wake up for the market withdrawal. Like, man, I can't trade today. God dang it, man.
I was trying to figure out. I was like, why is it not working? I forgot it was Saturday. I was like, oh, man.
You know, I get slick. I go over there and mess with the crypto market for a little bit. I try to make a little $20 here, $30 here, and I then hit like 100. I catch something that's moving a little bit. You know, that's what I do. That's my little withdrawals every now and then on the weekend. I mess with that, or I go get deep into the books and study something, or sit through a 4, 5, 8 hour documentary and just learn. I find pleasure in that. You know, I find solace in that because I understand it's only going to equip me to be a more solid individual and learn how to be able to make, better and bigger moves. And so, of course, my thing is that I want to be able to just transfer it and share it with everybody else.
Yeah.
or build with other people who are already moving on that same paradigm, so we can be becoming what, a powerhouse think tank system, right? The same way they got quants and algos and people out there getting paid to be think tank to kind of stay ahead of the game and keep you on your what, on your heels, exposed, letting you be on your toes. Then guess what? It's no secret why we shouldn't be doing the same too. If you feel like that's something that's outside of the norm for you, then you ain't cut, from the right cloth that you should be right now. So you just need to kind of go back to the drawing board and rethink your whole existence. Because don't block, right? Don't block. Don't play the role of a blocker, right? You need to be on offense all the time, much as possible, right? Because again, the government ain't taking no days off. But those who got money ain't taking no days off. They still getting wealthier.
Yes. Yes,
I ain't seen none of these people come through and drop no bags off in the community. Well, they tried to play these little, write-offs, tax write-off scenario, since this whole, the police brutality scenario being what it was. We know what that's all about. Now all of a sudden, now you got Netflix and all these big banks and institutions trying to what? Donate money to the black community. Okay, where was y'all 2017? Where was y'all at 2018? Where was y'all at 2019? Why all of a sudden it matters now? Because people getting tired and they burning down stuff and they sick of all the food. And see, that goes to show you how they sitting there, kicking the dust up and playing these games. You know they're doing it.
And then you have your boy, talking about if black people got to want success for themselves.
Right. Well, see.
Give us 3. You get $1 million and we get 10,000.
Right. You kind of know it. Like I said, at some point you just got to stop. Like I said earlier, stop being hustled. Right. Sometimes you just stop being hustled. And let your worth speak for yourself for a change. Right. Let your worth speak for yourself for a change. Right. Because I know, that what we really, have been, I guess, asking ourselves in quiet places when nobody else is around. When you say to yourself, man, you know what? I just got to find a better way. I got to be able to just level up. I got to find some kind of way to change my situation, right? Everybody have that conversation. Everybody have that conversation, right? That kind of that reality moment, right? And so if you say to yourself, okay, well, I just sat through 6 months of so-called hell on wheels, right? Like mill on wheels over here, right? Dealing with this craziness in this government. And you've seen a lot of the people around you, maybe some of your peers or whatever, family members, have taken on, some new challenges, endeavors, and entrepreneur aspects of trying to figure out ways to still bring in capital. Some people went to making masks. Some people went to formulating and making their own gowns and face shields and monetizing it. People found a way how to monetize opportunity when it presented itself. And it's no different than what we're doing and have done in these markets. Right? It's no different. So, at this point in the game, you need not be pushing back. If you were pushing back way in February, well, then you definitely need to be pushing back right now, because it's going to get right back turned up with this old raggedy behind virus. And they still don't have a clue. They still ain't got an answer for it. They already showed you that because they kicked that can down the road with stimulus check to the point that thing, man, look, they did exactly what they knew they was going to do from the beginning anyway. Starve you out, get your vote, and not cut you a check. And now it's election time already upon us. We vote Tuesday. When I say we, meaning the country. They vote Tuesday. As if your problem is going to be any, less reputable on that date, than it was today or yesterday or the day before. And they knew that. But again, they made sure they cut their check. They made sure they kept the government open. They made sure they still got paid. And they still want you to dig in and just wait it out. Let all the foolishness play out when they kind of, figure out who's going to be the new, House representative. They're going to, the new Senate, if they're going to be one, or a new president, if you're going to be one. And you still got to be sitting there going through all that, letting them go through this pageantry moment while you still at the house hungry. And your kids ain't got no kind of, clarity. So this is the stuff that's the kind of stuff that pissed me off. That's the kind of stuff that keep me up a little bit. And I'm like, man, how are people still kind of convinced that they comfortable in that? Like, how? How can you convince me that? Anybody, please convince me that that's still a way to, to be, or the way to live. Again, Maybe I'm just different. Maybe I am an alien, right? I say that we economic aliens, right? Maybe it is, maybe I'm just, maybe it's just me, right? But I just can't see it. What? Hey, over Chris, going in. I know we going in over here. We going in. Come on through, over Chris. Come through.
Peace, power, and profit.
You got it. You got it. So, yeah. So, what do you take from the documentary? Again, of course, we've been going in a little bit on a little bit of everything. But what did you take from it?
The global monetary system is all from country to country. They all doing the same thing. So, and then, America always playing Big Brother to some of these countries too, and then not only do they play Big Brother, they bully them into helping them or whatever, and then they put them into their pocket. So, you know, anytime maybe Japan or something say no, but remember when we did this for you, it's kind of like that. So it's just the same scheme and scam that they run it everywhere, with these private banks, these central banks, you know, print money into oblivion, doing the wrong thing, thinking they doing the right thing, putting money into their pockets, taking it from, the people, and that's causing, their systems to crash. And they seem like they don't care because they good, and the regular people ain't. So just looking at it from that perspective, it should put you in a state of emergency for your personal economy and your personal life to see what these systems are doing, and trying to capitalize where you can capitalize or get in where you fit in, from that standpoint, and not just sitting on the sideline like everybody else that don't, and you don't know what the hell is going on around you or the place you live in. Like you said earlier, you got to know the players in this game, and if you don't know you're getting played. So
Right.
from that perspective, it's we try to be autodidacts,
Facts.
becoming economists, for ourselves, looking at the structure of the monetary system that we're a part of, and we have to deal with that. So, but beautiful documentary, very informative and educational. I'm gonna watch it again.
Yeah, I agree, and that's why I search for these certain scenarios, and of course I spend a lot of my time in those kind of lanes for a reason. And a lot of people like, man, that's a lot of time you sitting there devote to that. I was like, man, I think about all the time that I wasted when I was watching a lot of other stuff that really didn't give me no real true mental edification. I just wasted countless hours on just of course entertainment. And really didn't get nothing from it. Now, of course, you can learn something from watching stuff like that. Even I didn't pick up on something here and there, but the rate or the return value in it did not just equal to that of my time that I was giving up. Knowing that I could have been learning something that was more of a direct path to opportunity in terms of a tangible benefit, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, of course, dealing with other people who take that mindset seriously. Again, of course, having entrepreneurial friends and all that stuff in life, who own businesses and this, that, the third, is great. But ultimately, we're talking about, again, building out, a mindset where everybody's in a position, right? Everybody's in a position where they can benefit and grow and now increase their network to become more of a powerhouse network system, right? And so knowledge now becomes, a much greater opportunity. Much later, right? You just again equipping yourself with more and more tools to be more solid,
Right.
And when people coming to you sideways, and when you hear economic, propaganda or hyperbole being spewed, right? You being a person of the mindset like, oh, but we went through this like a million times. What that person right there is talking, what they talking right there, is a whole lot of nothing, right? They literally wasting your time, right?
Right.
And that's why this stuff is important, or that's why it has its proper place in context.
Absolutely.
So we're building villages. We're building, mindsets. We're building what they call economic bridges. We're, again, opening up, portals, so to speak. And we're just like jumping through wormholes at this point now, at this point in the game. You got people moving from different asset class. You got people coming into the market who was never looked at it as an opportunity now. And these people are already making moves. They're still being able to, put some food on their table, put some, keep a light bill, whatever stuff. They're in a position now where they're still they're now doing what they know they probably was already kind of designed and destined to do anyway. And being able to at least, again, trust themselves enough to kind of put their brain power to work. Given that chance to do that when you ain't got nobody trying to, hold you back and, put you through all of this kind of, all these unnecessary mandates and rules and regulations. Like, man, look, if I don't have to be out there outside of my home in the general public dealing with all those, heinous rules and regulations for some form for that, because they over police and everything, I don't have to leave my house to go deal with that. Then that means I'm making more just by staying in it, right? Staying in my home. I ain't got to be, propagandized and under these law jurisdictions. They ain't got to be marketed to by these businesses, these restaurants, these stores. I ain't got to deal with none of that, right? I save money by being able to not go outside, because everything outside that door is trying to take money out your pocket. Because if you drive around long enough, you got to put some gas in that car, right? You can't say ain't no gas in that car. You put 20 in there, ain't no gas in that car. So you hit that pump, that thing say click click. Man, ain't no gas in that car, right?
There go Mo. What's up, Mo?
What? Oh yeah, what's up, Chris? I'm here.
Who you looking pretty for over there?
I just finished having my ladies' night. I'm still on cloud 9.
Don't make me pull out the shotgun way out the window.
Hey. Hey, I'll let you know when.
Yeah, okay.
Ain't nothing going on.
But yeah, dang man, this is opportunity. I love stuff like this, man. These documentaries, they just reveal so much. And if you're not informed, then you become informed, and that would allow you to make moves. So if you're trying to get into the trading and investing field, you at the right house. You're at the right place, because that's where we eat, sleep. 24/7, 365. Even though the market closed on some of those days, but we always working, searching, studying, researching, doing what we need to do to capitalize and take advantage of all the opportunities we get. So this coming week there's gonna be a lot of opportunities. People who watch the documentary today, you should hop on. I definitely think you should hop on, even if you get lucky. It's like, why not? What do you got to lose in this situation, in a pandemic, in a recession? What do you have to lose?
Right.
So
if people making money still, that's all I know. That's all I've been seeing. All I see is people still making money.
Right.
And for those who saying they don't know what they're gonna do, how they're gonna do it, or where it's gonna come from, I'm like, well, maybe it's time to try something different.
Yeah.
What do you have to lose?
Right.
They already bled you this far, for lack of better terminology. They already bled you this far. Remember, that used to be an old medical practice back in the old days. They used to bleed you out. You had an ailment they couldn't cure. They ain't had no understanding of the science. They were pseudoscientists, so what they do, they call bloodletting. They just bleed you. Like, they feel like you just had a blood impurification, which caused you to think and act a certain way. So they just bleed you, drain blood from you. Next thing you know, they bleed to the point where you ain't got enough blood to function. You just die. That's a pseudo. So that's the kind of stuff that was going on. That's the same. They trying to bleed the people out now. They trying to force you into a position where you ain't got no other choice but to depend on them. It's clear as day. Because again, if you convince yourself you have no other means to be able to, fix your situation. Again, void of somebody, giving you permission to live and exist. then you're gonna let them take you to the brink of mental exhaustion, physical breakdown, and all this stuff is gonna really hit you. And that's all because, again, at some point, somebody or some entities or organizations have been telling you, no, it's okay. Everything is okay. It's all right. Suffer a little bit. Again, of course, that's what a lot of even the religious text says. That's what, bear your cross, right? Go through suffering. No, right? Don't be suffering if you ain't got no business suffering. You should not want to suffer anyway. Right? What part of the game is that? Like, where they teach that at? Definitely not the schools I hang out in. I guarantee you that. Right? I'm not hanging around that. You ain't finna convince me that that's popping. Right? Struggle game, strugglenomics, right? They call it strugglenomics. All right, we're gonna struggle together. What? No.
Not I.
Long denied.
Right? It's like, no, we don't do strugglenomics over here. We ain't finna even had that conversation. We ain't even finna talk about. We're not even pandering to that. Even that I don't even want that energy even surrounding the conversations I'm in.
Always going through. What you going through? You ain't get to the other side yet.
I'm like, come on,
You ain't get a life ramp yet.
You've been trying to get to the upper room for how long? Well, Jesus, come on, movie life.
They gonna shut your life down,
right? You know what I'm saying? They gonna come in a minute. They gonna pull the plug on me, right? But see, this is why, again, that's why I say, man, hey, while we got people's attention that can't run, because they can't run right now. Again, unfortunately, they have no choice due to this virus. They might as well come on in the room. I'm finna go. They play they rock. Come on in the room. Jesus is my doctor.
Let me find out.
He writes all of my scriptures.
He went back to church.
He heals me in. Jokers don't want to go. They don't want to deal.
You got the lyrics, Chris.
Right? They don't want to deal because that's what a lot of people, again, have put a lot of their energy into and towards in terms of being a backstop for their existence. And that ain't feeding them. Right? That it's not feeding them. Right? It's not quote unquote, again, I ain't coming at people wrong, but it's not healing them. Right? Because again, if you can't even afford nourishment, right? It's people that's in food bank lines right now with PhDs, masters, bachelor's, associates, for certifications. They at the food bank behind a person that worked at McDonald's before the COVID situation hit. Right? That's just true story. True story. And so they emancipate or use up a lot of the stuff they had in storage, right? In terms of their finance, right? This whole idea that you have to have 6 months worth of income put away. And here it is, American Airlines. Airlines don't have to have nothing put away. They can just say, guess what? Hey, we need more money. Right? Government, you know what I'm saying? What y'all doing over there? Crank them checks up, Go tap the American people up. Let them taxpayers bail us out again.
And then as soon as they get the money to pay the employees, then they let them go.
Right.
And they get some bonuses.
Them executive bonuses coming like clockwork. So I'm like, man, these people, that's the kind of stuff, again, I say that keeps me up. Because I'm like, man, how can we be so blind? How can we be so forcefully wanting to be subjected to this foolishness? When you got these stocks running all over the place and doing all kind of things, and I'm like, look, okay. Are we not, trying to actually? Have we gave up on trying to better ourselves? Is that's what it's become to? Have we become that much of of a drone, a robot, or a zombie, or whatever you want to call it? Have we gotten to that point now? To me, I look at this and like, oh man, this is what? This is nice. Look at all this cheddar. right? They say, look at all this cheddar. That's exactly how they thinking. It's like, we finna run this gauntlet one more time. We finna, fire the machine one more time, one more again.
That's
They
right.
doing it with a straight face and smiling. Like, man, come on, crank that press up one more time, man. This thing is addicted to them. Right? It's literally free money. So again, hey, if it takes a little bit to learn, to learn a whole lot, then I'm for it. I'm all with it. If I know how to try, if I can find ways to equip myself to, outsmart the people who trying to take from me and mine, right, and my peers and everybody. If it's behooving of me to figure out better ways to usurp them before they try to usurp me, then I'm all for that. Again, where in the rule book of life it says that you have to answer to another grown person, especially a person who's trying to steal from you in plain daylight, in broad, and pretty much on Broadway and Broadway. It just doesn't make sense to me. It does not make sense to me. So again, long as they find up that them tapes in the morning, or hey, brother, right? I know y'all gonna be right there too. So I already know the company I keep, right? I hang around go-getters, and I'm proud of that every single moment of the day. I know somebody out there thinking and strategizing and equipping themselves or arming themselves with knowledge so they can take advantage of these opportunities out there. Just like all these so-called rich CEOs was able to take advantage of and make all this money, right? We use products and services based on this COVID scenario, or whatever the case, right? This helicopter money that came in from the Fed, the taxpayers being sent up range, not down range, right? I have no shame in being able to do my, do what I need to do to get mine, and neither should you guys. I'm not sure. I know the people on this panel definitely don't think think that, but a lot of people again still hasn't got to that point. So hey, it is what it is, right? Again, and in the words that Trump used for the virus, it is what it is. Right? People dying. Okay, it is what it is.
Can't do nothing about it.
Right? They wait all the way to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12 days before the election to pretty much come out and say what we already knew anyway. They never had a control in it. They didn't really have a plan to stop it. They didn't really, they tried to do, like they said, kick the can down the road. I tried to downplay it. I always enjoy downplaying it. Still to this day, holding big banger rallies and people catching the virus and dying, and they don't care, man. These people care. And you got people out there trying to make excuses for grown, rusted, dusty people.
Never thought I'd seen the day where our people do that.
Fall for that.
I never thought I saw the day.
I so second that, because I'm like, are y'all serious? Like, who raised you?
Yeah.
Right?
What happened?
No, we ain't cut from that cloth. I'm just keeping it 100. You ain't cut from that cloth.
We is not going to see what's going on over there. We gonna go over here.
It's just in our nature to be like, look, man, look at it. We hear anything abnormal, our fight or flight instinct already just kick in.
Not even trying to find out.
Look at Barry Sanders' energy already waiting. Boy, look at it. You want to break your ankle trying to come? Okay, come on. Right? Dang. So I'm just saying, this is what we've been, that's why I say, man, this is like Jim Jones 2.0. That red dot number 5, it must be, man, if this ain't red dot number 5 and MSG, everything else off, man.
And it lets you know, when you think about the Jim Jones scenario, you kind of think about not just Jim Jones, Dr. York, right? You think about what were people thinking? Like, what were they thinking? But then when you watch this play out, not to that extent, but this play out, and they shoulder to shoulder, front, back, you're like, y'all want to die? Like, you don't mind? Okay, can I be your beneficiary?
That's that again. That's that. Jesus is my doctor. Okay, ride it then. Ride it then. Ride it.
And you know what? For our folks, remember, I think it was like April, May time frame, and when we had closed and they had told them not to go and conjugate, and some of the higher those clergy decided to do it anyway, and they end up passing,
and they died.
Yeah, and they end up
just
passing.
like the ones that still doing the rattlesnake challenge.
Yeah,
right? That's what I call the rattlesnake challenge.
And so they backed off a little bit, and then all of a sudden they start hearing they start seeing them having these rallies, and they're like, well, if they can do it, we can do it. Well, y'all go by yourself because Monica ain't gonna be there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna do it. I ain't gonna write my own ticket now.
Right? Like, where they do that at? Again, what part of the game is that?
Nope. And then they opening up clubs, and they shoulder to shoulder line around the corner. No, y'all already shoulder to shoulder. You got nerves, have no mask, and y'all turn up, y'all sweating, perspiring on one another.
Right now going through Halloween parties right now. Why?
Forgot about that. Probably wide open. You absolutely right. Costumes out. Let me check.
100,000 cases tomorrow.
You already know it. A minimum.
Yes.
I'm already counting the tape.
Yes.
Yep. like it's a tape too. I'm waiting to see what the blotter gonna look like tomorrow when they can release that blotter, right?
Mm-hmm.
You already look at people don't even want to do. See, you already know what Europe doing, right? You already know what Europe doing again, right? What Europe doing?
They shut down, didn't they?
They getting ready to go right back in what?
They shut it down.
Right back on the couch.
You ain't
right
you
again.
Ain't
y'all know one of my favorite movies was How High with Method Man, Redman. And his brother, his homeboy, I Need Money showed up, right? When brother got to Harvard, he's like, where he stand? Harvard, Lower House, second floor, right on the couch. They finna go right back on the couch, right? You ain't finna get around. Look at Prime Minister Boris Johnson imposed a stay-at-home order in England as the coronavirus cases surge.
Yep. Going down.
Guess what? Weekend Wall Street was chilling, right? It was chilling, right? Because you know what happened right before the bell, right? Friday, what happened? We saw that 5 minutes surge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Shorts covering. That's all it was. Shorts covering, right? That's all it was. Shorts covering. Bulls got excited, thought we was going to have a what? A resurgence rally, right? A retracement, right? At least back to 330 plus whatever, right? I'm like, man, y'all know we finna go into the weekend. Do y'all know what's ahead of y'all? Do y'all have y'all not been watching this the news reels on terms of this coronavirus? See, again, people want to live with their heads in the clouds. They really want to believe that these people who they think in control actually are in control, when actually the common person, meaning me, you, and many other people, are more in control than they are.
Right.
Because at least we moving under the mindset that we got a brain and we using it, right? We're not sitting there playing this game, right? We understand methodology. We know how to research, enough to at least enough to kind of sustain us. Look at Weekend Wall Street, again, already getting pummeled. Already getting pummeled right now. And so again, they waited till the market got to the point where it was at the last hour, and then they dropped the bottom of it. Because y'all know, if the market was down in the 320s and the 319s and stuff like that a month out before the election, oh, I bet that stimulus deal would have came across Trump's desk. I guarantee it would have.
Yep.
Pelosi came out of her own mouth the other day. She was on Bloomberg interview and said herself, yeah, because, again, it's investment, broadcast. Yeah, I'm a good thing that the market is up, because I'm happy with that, right? However, but we still needed this, that. Of course, because she got investment. A lot of these people that sit up in Washington, around Washington, got investments to backstop their scenario. And they still getting paid by the American people to be sitting up in Washington doing that.
Yep. Facts.
Now, where your check coming from? Crickets. Right? Where's your, somebody showing up at your doorstep with a bag and say, I got the bills for this week. Don't worry about it. And here's some groceries. Where that happening at? These people ain't stupid, man. They know what's up. Man, I just, man, it's time out for people trying to convince themselves that they, that they shouldn't live, again, life on their terms. Again, these markets ain't taking no days off. They ain't taking no days off. And just as much as this thing look red and people like look at this and get all scared because people been, hypnotized by what they consider to be, things that don't seem to be, again, always in what, no, this is money. All that red is money. That's money.
Mm-hmm.
I get more excited for it being red than being green, to be honest.
Big red candles too.
Because I say to myself, you know what? That means things are getting what? Cheap again. I could add more to my long term. And I'm going to eat on the way down and make a ton on the way down because stocks go down faster than they go up. True story. They go down a lot faster than they go up.
Yeah. Big red candles. Big
bearish engulfing. So all that right there, liquidity flush, and that's a quick bag, a big bag for people that got big leverage and opportunity. You in, you out. You ain't got to be sitting and watching the paint dry all day, even in the market sometimes. Yeah, that's a good thing, though, because what we do, we make money, right? Watching it, slowly dry. I love it. You're in control, basically. Ultimately, is what the whole point is that, these are the things that, keep us, pay our bills. It shapes our destiny the way that we get the chance to say what we want to make. We get to present that opportunity in the way we want to. So again, I just, at some point, again, it's going to keep happening. It's going to keep building. These things are going to turn over in a way where, eventually, because it happens like every week. You get one or two extra people, a new person. They slowly but surely coming around, right? It's like, you've been a zombie and then somebody actually gave you a real, vaccine, a dose of reality, right? Or if not, economic poverty woke you up and you're like, hold on, and they're like, hold on, okay, my cup is getting empty. What y'all doing with them stocks again? What's that about them tickers again? What you said on you got stocks that's under $1? Yeah. You said a stock ran over 500% today. Yeah. Yeah. Come on over here and let us show you how how this stuff works. All right. And so again, hey, we live for this. We live for this. We get excited, because I know somebody's listening that understands. Right? This ain't no what they used to have. What they call it when they go to church. They had they run it for like a week straight, and of course they ain't taking those days off to get them offers too. Revival. It's like running a revival.
Right? Yes. I got a call today from someone who watched Urban Economic on Size show way back when. It's been almost 3 years since we've been there. And
wow, yeah.
As a veteran sister. And I was like, wow, she's like, yeah, I saw you there. I was watching some old videos and I was like, you know what? Okay, so I'm gonna help the sister out. It's kind of cool. I was like, man, I ain't do no veteran stuff in a long time, so I have to do a stream based on some of the stuff she was asking me.
That's good. Like I said, that's what I love about this stuff too, because again, once we send this stuff down range, it's gonna be somebody out there, right? At some point, it's gonna resonate, right? And like I say, for us, the same way how politicians use that same thesis to garner votes and new constituents. The same way the church use that same thesis to garner more parishioners, right? Or a nonprofit used to get volunteers to come in and help them with their organization things or whatever, right? Well, guess what we do? What do?
We use it to help those individuals who come in who want to make increase their network.
And this takes them direct to what? To market.
Directly to market. No middleman. How they say, no chaser, little chaser.
Ain't no chasing
affiliate program.
Right. No affiliate, no MLMs.
Right.
As a matter of fact, the one you do have is actually more beneficial to you to make the move.
Right. Of course, referrals. Right. Hey, get this broker's account. Sign up.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to throw you free money. They're going to throw you so much
kids. Have you guys seen what the moves
I cut
Acorn
them
been
down a
making
little bit.
lately?
Yeah,
Acorn,
Acorn been ramping. They trying to get back in the game and get out the stash. Stash been kicking their butt.
you can cash your check on Acorn. You can upload a check, a deposit.
Yep. Better use them. I better use them apps, man. So I can tell y'all.
Got a phone full of them.
Right.
My phone
About,
pregnant with the money making
about
apps.
15 of them. Yeah.
Bruh.
And I just found the Doe app from Sister Kelly. So, you know,
Yeah.
you can trade options on the Doe app too and get free stock. So,
Is that the latest one you just posted? What about?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Opportunity surrounds us.
All these opportunities, man. And it's free.
Hardest thing for person to accept. The word what?
Yep.
Free. Because they've been what? Shysted for so long. Of course, it's already ingrained in my ain't nothing like free. Of course, that's the theory. In theory, it is when you're dealing with crooks.
Mm-hmm.
When you're dealing with crooks, that's how you got to move under that mindset because you don't want to get burned. Again, fool me once, shame on what? You.
Yep.
Right? Fool me twice, shame on me. Of course, that's how a lot of us operate and we move. But yet we still love being underneath the what? The biggest crooks of them all.
Yep.
And we found a way to make that make sense and make it become normal. People who constantly going in your purse every other day and you comfortable and happy to do it. And yet when we say, well, what's the return on investment? What's the ROI? Well, you know, I just like it and supporting it. I like, you know, what? When you laugh, the person last week on Facebook saying you need to borrow a couple bucks or you was worrying about how you're going to pay your bill this, that, and the third, and you just been out here just, you know, goodwill giving like you know, you got it like that?
He said goodwill giving.
Just being honest. Y'all see this stuff?
Oh, God.
And I'm like, man, how many times you done passed by my shop by my page and Sister Mo page and Over Chris page and Brother Brandon page and everybody's page when you see us drop a number, what? Data that leads you straight to the bag.
Yes.
You bypass all that and go sit on somebody that want to give you pull out the smallest violin on the planet, play it for you and say, yeah, I'm with you, sister girl, homeboy. It's okay that you're going through it right now. It's gonna pass at some point, but yet still your stomach still touching your back, your bills ain't got paid, your cupboard still empty, your kids still mad at you, the dog fighting in the backyard, ain't nothing moving around the house, but what? A fog of what? Despair and what? And then and people convinced that that's comfortable, that they cool with that. They convinced that they comfortable in that world. I'm like, what?
Yep.
Even when at my lowest, I still have more pride than the most richest person on the planet. I guarantee it. People that know me, they'll tell you that. At my lowest, I still have more pride than the richest person. Because I know my comeback was gonna be solid because I'm not gonna give up on myself. I said the other night on one of them live streams, don't short yourself. Why you want to short sell yourself? Right? Y'all know what I'm talking about for those people, our traders out there. You don't short sell yourself. Just don't work. Life don't work that way. It don't make sense to even think in that paradigm. Like, well, I want to short myself. Literally, right? Like, come on. You go without for somebody that's swollen, can go, have plenty. That kind of mentality, right? A person don't even need, but you just feeling like, okay, that's how you gonna get. Like, I'm like, ooh, just come. I'm like, just come on, just give me a week. Come hang out with me for a week, right? That's how I'm like that. Come hang out with me for a week. Right. Let's see if we can help you. Change that thesis. That
acquire the bag.
Right? It ain't even a thesis. That's a theory.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They basing that strictly on a theory. Because there ain't nothing scientifically where you can put it to test where it's gonna come back valid. Right? You can't falsify foolishness. Right? Because you just can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's irrational and illogical on all levels and facets of nature. Again, nature don't even agree with it, So I'm just saying, again, it's showing right now because of the coronavirus, a lot of people who bucking even against that, they getting jammed up with this virus, unfortunately, for a lot of people. And if it ain't you, it's somebody that's around you that is ignorant, and then they come around you, putting you at harm's risk. That's what makes this stuff so insidious. You could be doing everything you can, but then still got other, ignorant people who just come convinced that they, You know, they come from the planet Kryptonia or whatever. I don't know where they think they came from. They've been drinking vibranium drinks or something, whatever going on. And they come around you, you know, and put you and your family at home risk. You know, so again, this, I mean, look, gonna be dealing with all it. What's going on over, Brandon? Peace, Pound Profit. I see you popped up in the building. What's going on over?
Hey, what's going on over Emporium? Mo, Chris, how y'all doing?
Good. How you doing, brother Brandon?
Got it.
Oprah,
I'm
Brandon.
good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm blessed. Man, listen to
Good,
y'all,
man.
man. Y'all got me inspired to reach out and touch somebody, you know, like in church.
Man, look at you. Better touch your neighbor. Look at your neighbor and tell him, "You're gonna get this bag."
You better
Right?
get this bag.
We're gonna start having the kind of church like that for real, because we know that's the only thing that people really respond to, don't they? Look at your neighbor.
Yes.
I'm finna go there. Look at your neighbor.
Yes.
And tell them we
Neighbor?
finna go get this bag. We finna reach
All you
We
have
about to go
do
get
is
this
we finna go
bag.
get this bag.
Look, all you have to do is say the Lord. If you say the Lord woke me up one night and told me to invest, that's a wrap. We got a whole crowd.
Can I get
Facts.
an amen?
I'm talking about. I know
say?
that man. This thing will be jumping. It'll be jumping.
It's gonna be the church house.
Right.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
When people just be, you know, when you just, I'm like, man, if we don't get serious and you know, and see it for what it's worth, if people really want to kind of, you know, deal with that kind of, you know, energy, as if that's the only thing that's gonna make you get, you know, fired up, then look, so be it.
Yep.
I gotta find one of them little sound effects, you know, when they you know, I did back in the day when you in church and they get do a run on and they get fired up in the church.
Don't use comics, but God.
Oh, you know how to maneuver that. I gotta find that one. I'm seriously
That's your
God.
personal prayer package.
bruh.
Personal prayer package. With this package, you get stash, acorn, dough,
You know
TD
what?
Ameritrade.
You know what I always wondered, like with these type of advantages, why, you know, this would be, to me, this seemed like it would be a plus for any of the clergy to want to have some kind of life skill to teach this to their members, because the more they make, the more they can contribute. I never understood why they wasn't teaching financial literacy.
No,
And
why? Because if they got smart,
yeah,
they would what? Wake up from that.
I know it would.
What? I done gave this joker 10% every month for how long?
Yeah, there is this white couple who created Crown Financial Ministries, and it's straight financial literacy. But you know, that's the only group I actually saw that actually done something that would, you know. But of course, you know, when they build churches, they build cathedrals. We do shoeboxes and on the corner.
Man, can't even have the best of that, and even in that environment, ain't that something? You always got to be from playing from a game of strugonomics or on your heels. And again, it's a fog of just, you know, of what's the word I'm looking for, of beyond the fact that it's just inadequate in all aspects to kind of convince yourself, of course, this is what you worth. And it reminded me of something, because I remember when who was that? Tariq Nasheed, when they was doing the conference stuff, right? This old Foundation of Black Conference, Foundation of Black American Conference, right?
Yeah.
And you had some people, of course, you know, that were up and on because, like, well, why he doing it? And you know, there's already one out there with the ADOS thing and this, that, and the third. And then people complain about, you know, it was because he had it at a certain event or in an arena that was, you know, nice. And
in the largest event center in Atlanta.
In Atlanta. And people was upset with that because they wanted something that's more struggle, right? They need a struggle event for them to take ownership of them. Again, they ain't used to having something nice or being around something nice.
At the Congress Center.
Right.
By the CNN building.
By the CNN downtown, right? Yep. So people are like, man, but why you got it there? You could have did that, you know, what?
And for that price, I mean, hey, they should have counted their blessings.
Hold on, man. Who is this Ramsey dude? Like, he just doing too much, bro.
I don't know him.
Is that T?
I told him to come on the panel, but I'd rather be going there. I'm not telling him, man. You gotta calm down that back chat. You two will be on it, boy. You can't just go hard all the time, because we over here, building, of course. But come on the panel, man. Come on the panel, Rams. You gotta come on the panel.
You gotta come on the panel, bro.
Come on the panel sometime.
Bro, don't be scared. Come on the panel, get this blessing.
That's it. Jeezy got a blessing for you, as they say. Jeezy got a blessing.
With your name on it.
Right. It start with the letter T and end with the letter A. Tesla, baby. Come on, Tesla. I'm gonna find one of them little I'm just like, man, how can I need to come up with one of them old, I gotta find
I
one
bet
of them
you
good church
got
runs. Say again?
I bet you two got it.
Yeah, I gotta find out how to figure out how to query it though, because they got all kind of stuff. Bob Joker be jicky, boy.
Mm-hmm. I want that one pastor, man. He funny. The one he be coming on at like 5, 6 in the morning. I think his name is Pastor Thomas, and he be like, God.
You get Joker fired up.
Hey, I know you talking about.
Get your red handkerchief.
Hey, get Joker fired up.
Yeah.
That's the energy a lot of people, again, just be honest. Yeah, if we could just be, honest. Hold up, man. Y'all done started. See, y'all done started something, man. See, y'all.
You found one?
Man, y'all done started something, man.
He found something.
Man, don't y'all do it, man. Don't y'all do it to me, man. Don't y'all do it, man. I'm trying to be nice over here, because y'all know but something in me just telling me, man, like, brother Afurakan, man, it's time for you to break out. It's time for you to have, one of them breaks where you could just, lay it all on the lines, they say, right? Put it on out there, let everybody kind of, make their own decision, right? We know what they respond to. You got to give the people what they want, because, again, left up to their own devices, they're going to what? They're going to run away from this information that we're talking about. And maybe we ain't beating enough drums or something, maybe. I don't know. But it might just be time to fire it up. What y'all say?
Fired up.
You say you get ready to come into the fold of literacy. You say you're tired of seeking, tired of struggling. You can't get little Larry some braces. You can't get Susie some new pigtails and bows. You can't get new pair of boots. You can't get wife a new purse. All I'm saying is you just come on and trust me.
Oh my God, this is hilarious.
Runner. We can turn that dollar into 100. National financial innocence. Come through.
Did you just scream?
Y'all ain't ready for this here. I said y'all ain't ready for this here. I just told y'all ain't ready for this here.
Watch Oba get like a tithing through YouTube.
Look at your neighbor and tell him the stock market got a financial breakthrough for me.
I'm working got a financial breakthrough for me.
I say the stock market got a financial breakthrough for me.
Brandon and Chris, I say the stock market got a breakthrough for me.
You got a breakthrough from me.
Your neighbor, they say the election gonna cause me to have a paycheck.
Hey, paycheck to the mail, baby.
And one
Look
more
at your
time,
neighbor.
turn to the neighbor and say, no matter who president, I'm gonna get a bag the next day.
No matter who the president,
Who
I'm
the
gonna get a
president
bag
is, I'm gonna get a bag today.
I'm gonna get
Don't
a
be
bag
quiet.
today. No matter who president,
My
I'm gonna get a
God.
bag.
Y'all don't want to work tonight. See, y'all ain't come to praise it, right? Y'all ain't come to praise it, right? Y'all come to play around and fake it out. Y'all don't want to get this bag, right? You don't want to trust in yourself, right? You know, a lot of people, they don't want to trust in themselves, right? They don't want to trust in themselves. You know, I got to put it all on somebody else, right? I got to wait on Mr. Charlie, right? I can't do it without the government, right? What am I gonna do? What I was gonna do? Well, if you come hang out with us over here at the Financial Literacy Tabernacle, we're gonna show you how to get that bag, right? Turn to Apple Q3 verse EPS 127. Somebody give me the financial reading of the day. Read.
He said apple. Oh man.
Hey. If you got that much energy to be sweating, hollering, getting fired up, and you know, again, to the point where you didn't drop 100 tonight in the house. 100. Some people 200-300 didn't drop 100 on the altar tonight. And all I'm saying is, hey, come over here to the Financial Literacy Tabernacle. We're gonna drop that 100 in Amazon. And you know what's gonna happen if we drop that 100 in Amazon, especially on these lows? What's gonna happen? You're gonna be dancing all the way to the bank. Simple as that. It comes a time in every man's journey when you're gonna have to learn how to trust it. When I say trust it, I mean trust your own money to go to work for you, to go deliver you from your bills and despair and strugglenomics. If you don't believe me, turn to the book of Baidu. Matter of fact, hold it. Deacon Chris, give me book Bible. EPS $2.07, revenue 86 billion, Q3. Read. Jokers don't want to deal with that, right? Because the first thing they're gonna say, you know what, you mocking me. I'm mocking you in your strugonomics game. Are you serious? Are you serious? I'm mocking you. How about you disrespecting me, trying to convince me that I should struggle with you? And here it is. We've been constantly coming to you as peaceful as a church mouse with cotton socks on, tiptoeing around the idea to try to share with you ways to not have to struggle or depend on struggling or to wait for somebody to do something for you when you can do it for yourself. You're going to convince me that that's your only way that you're going to be in a position to live is if you wait on somebody else to open the door for you. Here it is. You got two hands. You got all the autonomous features that everybody got that was born a complete sentient being. Hands, feet, eyes, brain, all that. And you don't want to use none of it. Only when it suits you to go work for somebody else. That's the only time you want to use those gifts. And you're going to convince me that the way that I'm going about doing it is well beyond your means to be able to do so. And you want to bypass my church that don't take nothing from you but gives you everything, and go right on over to the other church that wants everything from you from the moment you set foot in that parking lot at that institution. And in your most time of need, they didn't turn their back on you. Or they didn't hit you with the paperwork. It's a 501c3. I can't do nothing for you. It goes against my 501c3. I'll lose my what? Non-profit status if I cut your bag. I know you're hurting. I know the kid's hungry. I know the bill's late. But you convinced I still got to give my last $20 to Reverend Holler. And you don't want to come over here to the Financial Literacy Tabernacle and get this work and turn that 20 into what? The 40 or to 100, or turn an 80 into $2,300 like we did in 3 days. Y'all don't want this work. So I don't know what else to say. If that's the energy you're going to need to get you fired up, then maybe I need to play more of that kind of energy right there to get you fired up. I don't know what else to do. We didn't try everything, right? In my preaching voice, everything, right? They got to put that slang to it. We didn't try everything, right? For my old school Southern Baptist church people out there, right? We didn't try everything. Ain't nothing seemed to be working. Maybe I'm at my last resort. I'm desperate now. I'm desperate to help people. That's how bad it is. I'm desperate to help people find a way to help themselves. And if it means that you feel like, you getting mocked or whatever, or however you want to look at it, then you know what? Get fired up and come over here and show me that you can do this. Don't run from change. Welcome it. Because hanging out with us, you might just put some food in that closet. Right? You might have to go, upgrade to, something in your house that you having to deal with the generic with for quite a while. You might get a chance to have to do that. If that scares you, then I don't know what else to say. Again, if you like playing, checkers as opposed to chess, or playing on your heels as opposed to being on the ball of your feet, then I don't know what else to say. Because the banks don't care. The credit unions don't care. Right? The government then told you in so many ways what they thought about you. They left you high and dry. Right? You can't even go to the place that you like to hang out at and get you a little what? Your little break on, because the COVID sitting hanging around up in there too. Well, I can tell you what, if you're at the house and you're safe and you got your little opportunity where you can make some money, safe from a lot of those things out there that are trying to hurt you and take away from you, as opposed to add to you, then come on into the Financial Literacy Tabernacle and let us deliver you from strugglenomics. I'm just going to end it on that note right there, because see, somebody ready to come to the altar tonight I say somebody is ready to come to the altar tonight and give their all at the altar of financial literacy. Somebody ready to do it. Look at your neighbor and say, neighbor, tonight is your night. Somebody read the book of Gladys Knight in the Pilts. Tonight is your night. Somebody give me that scripture. Tonight is your night to come on to the altar of financial literacy. Let us put you into one of these financial vehicles so you can take your money to a place you never thought it can go before. We are here tonight to give you back the power that has been taken away from you for so many years. You have rolled through the hardest roads, the most dilapidated environments ever. Tonight is your night to walk away from that and come into the house of financial literacy. Do I have anybody ready to come down to the altar tonight? Anybody? Somebody out there I know waiting to come down and figure out how to put their cash to work for them tonight. Who is it going to be? I'm with you. I'm going to walk beside you. I will not leave you. I just need you to come hungry and humble. Somebody give me a scripture out of the book of Power and Profit. Somebody come on, give me a scripture out of Power and Profit. Because I know somebody in the chat that's in the church that's out there who's hungry tonight. And they tired of watching Sister Monica make all this money. They tired of seeing Oprah make all these power buying and flipping them. They tired of seeing Oprah Brandon come through, telling y'all how to make it happen, how to be the best technical deacon on the planet. They are tired of watching Sister Camille beat the Forex market up and see her post how phenomenal she is. They tired of watching on the sideline me getting this money, and they like, how in this world this boy is sitting around here making all this money? Can I get a Power and Profit on 3?
Power and Profit.
Power and Profit.
I mean, I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to say. We didn't show everybody the blueprint. We didn't broke down all the barriers. We're giving like it's no tomorrow. We're handing out opportunity over here at the Financial Literacy Tabernacle. Our church members are very sparse. We're far and few between, but we're a potent crew. We're a potent bunch. And we may not serve struggle sandwiches over here. We may not have, water in our cereal. We may not walk around here eating all this, overly bad food for us, and we can afford to put a better piece of cut on our table. I don't know what else to say. Is if you just want to go down that road, then maybe, hey, that's what's going to work for you. But over here at the Financial Literacy Tabernacle, we're going to turn, people into what? Power players. If you feel like there's something that's good for you, I just need you to come on down to the altar of financial literacy tonight. Let us show you how to take a technical chart analysis and break it down and put $1 in your pocket. As they say, the charts don't lie. Tonight is your night to learn how to earn. And we're coming out of that book tonight. The book called Learn to Earn. Chapter, let's get some training sessions in so you can learn how to be the best you can be at this. And mind you, you don't have to even drive to the church to get your breakthrough. We do everything virtually, honey. Save your gas, save your headaches, save putting on makeup, save having to do anything weird. You ain't got to worry about leaving your dog alone at night. Matter of fact, he can curl up right next to you when you trade these charts in the morning. Come on through. Y'all ain't ready for this. I just need one person to come down to the altar tonight. Who's it going to be?
Put me in, coach. Put me in.
I say financial literacy got a breakthrough for you, Sister Mo.
Yeah.
I said that there's a financial breakthrough coming for you. Come first day, come Monday morning at 4 a.m. I already done prophesied it. I already done seen it. I already been told this by the financial stock market. People out there that told me that there's a breakthrough waiting for you at 4 a.m. in the morning, Monday morning. Do you believe me that there's a breakthrough waiting for you at 4 a.m. in the morning?
Amen.
Want to take just another minute to praise him? Go ahead and praise him.
The sign up, you need to go see Deaconess, or matter of fact, go see missionary Sister Camille Gaynor. She gonna take all your personates, right? Your personates, not your pertinence, but your personates, right? And she gonna get you on the radar to get you into the House of Financial Literacy, and that's all we need from you. And the rest is going to be history. And so I think we got a couple of people that came on into altar this evening. Thank you, Christy. Thank you, Brother Matthew, for coming down to the altar this evening. We appreciate you. Tonight is your night to get a financial breakthrough. Hence, if it wasn't, you wouldn't have came down to the altar tonight. Please open up your mic and introduce yourself and tell us what you want to get from the House of Financial Literacy this evening. How can we help you? How can we help you awesome people tonight? If you want to open up your mic, we have open mic night at Financial Literacy. What can we do for you, Brother Matthew, this evening?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can. Come
Peace,
through.
power, profit, family. What's going on?
You got it, over.
Yeah,
You coming for your breakthrough?
yes, ma'am. Yeah, I gotta get it right. Like I gotta get it together. Like it's the struggle is too real, right? Like the bills, the rent, just the way you live is crazy. And me getting up, going to get a job, working for somebody like that, like I can't see myself doing it unless I absolutely had to.
And we agree with that at the Financial Literacy Tabernacle, because we understand that the power of the purse is always in the hand of the what? The possessor of knowledge. The greatest way you obtain knowledge is not on your knees, but on your feet. Looking, observing, thinking, reading, making moves.
Exactly. Working for myself.
The greatest gift was given to you from day one. Actualize them. Work on them. Cultivate them. I know you can do it. The information that we get is no different than what you get. It's all about interpretation. Well, they tell you that the books are what? Wrote and written in parable states for a reason. Well, why would they make it so hard for you to understand a finite, simple truth? When we go to the financial statements and we go to the news publications and we see what's going on with these different assets, we're looking at what? Tangible data. Data that we can act on or actualize, so to speak, that will translate into opportunity one way or the other. We're just removing the veil of secrecy We're removing the hypocrisy of hyperbole. We're taking that truth as we know it to be and putting it back into the hands of the people. At this financial literacy institution, we don't want your dollars. I say we don't want your dollars. We want your attention. We want your interest. Because the market gonna provide. It has shown over historical records, a historical timeline, it has shown that it's going to what? Do what it's gonna do. Even during the crashes, we still make money. So I'm not finna sit here and tell you that this is something that's, beyond you, outside of your wheelhouse, outside your financial, scope, escapability, any of that. You are just as much capable and competent as if anybody else that's in it. It just takes what? Proper planning, proper education, and proper patience. Again, we say due diligence and discipline equals dollars. If a company was formed under that same thesis, because somebody had to be disciplined enough to kind of what? Put together a business model to put it into practice and monetize it. And then from there, grow its what? Employee base, so it can, produce out, produce more what? Output. If we say, okay, well, we're going to use that same mentality, that model, but we're going to let our dollars, our investment dollars, go to work for us as opposed to us go and work for it. If someone told you that was an opportunity, what would a lot of people say to that? They probably look at you a little crazy, like, are you serious? Like, how is that even possible? But we show people time and time again over here at the Financial Literacy Tabernacle that it can be done. It can be done.
Yeah, but why do the people need to see tangibles before they want to even think about doing it? Like, why they need to see that? Why they can't just do it?
Because they've been used to being lied to. They've been used to being told, wait on your blessing, wait on your breakthrough, wait on your opportunity to what? To get a higher position or a place at your job. Wait on your raise. If that's all you've been told your entire adult existence, after being told as a child that everything that you need in life is afforded through you through proper education and all this, that, and the third, you should be able to walk right into it and stuff, right? But when it don't happen and materialize in the real world, what do? They fall back to the what? This mundane mentality of thinking that they got to what? It just ain't meant for them. It ain't their season. And so they give up trying to what? Organize, generate it, materialize it, actualize it themselves. Basically, let me go back on the what? The hamster wheel. Let me let somebody else, another adult, tell me, an adult, how to what? Eat, when to go to the bathroom, when to take days off, when to go hang out with your family. Again, Shawshank Redemption. Getting out of here, boss. Get on out of here. Right? You got to ask to go to the bathroom. A grown, rusty, dusty person. You got to ask to go to the bathroom. Or in some cases, take days off when things happen and you got to go through feeling kind of conflicted to ask another person to take time off. Because your existence is tied to that what? That life support, that monetary fiscal support. Of course, it has its place, like I always say, but I say use it, leverage it. Figure out a way to turn it into a what? Into an open tap so you can turn around and take that and grow your existence to the point where your supplemental can become a primary at some point. Or just keep leveraging it as a what? a financial pipeline to feed your investments. This is what we talk about over here at Hustlenomics, not Strugglenomics. We read out of the book of Hustlenomics. Financial vehicles are all around us. Opportunity surrounds us. Tuesday, futures market, throughout the entire day Tuesday, when these results are coming out saying who took what state, who took this state. Of course, some of that stuff gonna be happening actually during the market hours. And then as soon as the after hour session kicks off between 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., there's going to be more different readouts of this message going to be coming out. And what y'all think the stock market going to be doing? Y'all think the stock market is going to be at a standstill?
Nope.
Or y'all think it's going to be what? Popping?
On and popping.
All throughout the night, all the way into pre-market the next day, Wednesday. And you still got earnings going on too. Stocks all over the place. All this money going to be made. And people are going to be at the house cheering, crying, upset, all over the place, in their feelings, don't know how to think for themselves, worried about two grown individual rusty men. And yet still, their cupboard still going to be bare, their refrigerator still going to be empty. Seriously. Am I making any of this stuff up? Am I sounding unreasonable right now? They're not convinced. Right? Again, we just saw Weekend Wall Street drop another 10 points. It was just at 190, it just dropped the entire 10 points. This is what I'm talking about. So I feel like we got what we need. We got enough to get started. We just got to get the proper training, the proper perspective, how to utilize this stuff in the right way. Of course, don't try to force it, right? Don't try to force a square peg into a circle hole. Take a step back. Right? We got people in the back chat that can testify right now the importance of patience. Since Camille she did not start trading live money until 6, 7, 8 months after she began her training. She was ready day one, but she waited. When she got confident, she got turned loose, and that's the thing. Look back. And many of you all as well have been through that. Everybody's journey is different. Everybody's journey is different. Some will get it faster. Some will get it with a little bit more methodical approach. It doesn't negate your ability to be, any less successful than anybody that's already in it or who's yet to come into it, because this is a personal journey, so to speak. Yes, your team is behind you and there to help and there to, give you and everybody that's around us opportunity to think tank together. But ultimately, when you pull that trigger, it's going to be you and that asset. Just know this though, that's the greatest power one can possess, is being able to find their own way. It kind of like breaks the mold of what we were taught to be and how we were taught to be and groomed to be in terms of being so dependent upon others. Now we may need people in other factions, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be where you can't find a way to provide for yourself. That has always somewhat been an independent, energy for me in my life per se, personally, for my opinion, and what I've been able to witness in my life. I feel like I just can't, be stuck working for people. I don't like to have to answer to other grown people. Not that I can't, work in tandem with people, just that when it comes to making my own way in life, no, I want to go out there and live life kind of like on my terms with that one. And so you have to have that kind of mindset. You have to have that fed up mentality, like through enemy necessary, you're going to succeed. If you convince yourself that enough, then eventually you're going to find a way to make that happen in the markets. I guarantee, because there's always something moving, right? There's always a stock moving. There's always something moving. And if it's moving, that means it's actually making money in any direction, up or down. Figuring out how to slow that scenario down and make it make sense, dollars and cents, well, then lies to what we study for, what we train for, what we aspire to want to give it our best. Don't cheat yourself. Cheat yourself. Don't cheat yourself. I always say that. Don't short yourself. Right? Don't short sell yourself. Right? Don't put a put on yourself. Right? There's a lot of people out there that's willing to share. Like I say, again, there's people that pay for this stuff. Of course, I'm talking about exorbitant amounts of money, thousands of $1,000s. Like, no, we over here like, man, look, we fired up these computers. We look, come one, come all. Let's break it down. Let's talk about it. Let's pull up some data. Let's open up some PDFs. Whatever we got to do, we got it all. We got, our cup running through with data. Right? We go to different publications, purposely, or we surround ourselves with all these different, fact sheets or data sheets or publications or whatever, for that very reason. Right? For that very reason. And that's to be able to kind of stay ahead of the game. Right? So this stuff is exciting for the very notion, again, that, again, we putting the power back in the hands of the people. The power of the purse back into the hands of the people. I don't need an intercessor, someone to help bring you to something. And that, matter of fact, in that same mindset, these are the things that help bring me to the money. Monthly Food, Seeking Alpha, Business Insider, Reddit, who else we got? News, BTC, Bitcoinist, right? What else we got here? The Financial Report Post, right? Bloomberg, Forbes, right? CoinDesk. Those are the intercessors that bring me to the money. Forex Live, right? Investors Place, Market Watch, right? Market Insider itself. Of course, these are the things that bring me to my opportunity, that bring me to my blessing. Right? So, again, we got what we need. Let's just take our time. Let's just walk. Right? Let's just walk. This is a journey. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Keep in mind, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Right? Markets ain't going nowhere. Your ability to survive in this is going to outlast a lot of presidents. It's going to outlive a lot of senators and Republicans or Democrats and House Rep. It's going to outlive a lot of that.
Send me my $6.
Right? A minimum. It's going to outlive pastors, outlive people. It's going to outlive all of that. You guys understand? It's going to outlive all of that. Right? And one thing about it is that once we get enough of this down pat, where we can really, really, compartmentalize a lot of this data, and then we're going to take this show on the road. Right? We're going to go on what they call a money conference. Right? Some of you guys used to go on the conferences, and they have, church service, they be conference, every other weekend they go into a conference. There ain't that much conferencing in the world. At every stop, what's happening? Is money going into your pocket? Is money coming out your pocket? Well, it seems to be there's an outflow. There's more outflow than inflow. Ain't that much entertainment in the world. That's just me. Again, my opinion. No disrespect to anybody understand it or in it. I get it. My truths are more self-evident to what I can produce for myself. I've gave enough, right? I gave enough.
Yeah.
Now it's time for me to have a lot of more inflow coming in than outflow.
Right.
They don't hear me. All right. I think y'all didn't got that work enough tonight. I think your cup running over tonight. I think we understand what it's going to take for us to be the best we can be. You guys then came down to the altar of financial literacy with a what? A clean heart and an open mind. The rest is history. Now all we have to do is act on it. Right? Who needs some books tonight? What you need? Some of y'all need some new what? Scriptures. Right? Some of y'all need new scriptures. We got right? I know it to be true. Somebody needs some new scriptures tonight. You ain't got to be intimidated, right? Don't be intimidated.
Yeah, the new scriptures.
Somebody needs new scriptures. I know they do. They don't want to say it, but I know y'all need some new scriptures this evening. Come on down. Matter of fact, let me show you what we're pulling from today. Some of y'all need some new scriptures today. What you need, right? This is the only institution that gives everything away.
Mm-hmm.
We can give you the light bulbs in the kitchen, in the church away if you need them. What you need?
That's right.
We give it all away. You say you need some books on investing. You say you need some books on candlestick charts. How to understand day trading. Oh, you need a little bit more help with financial management? Or is it futures and forex? Oh, I'm sorry. You say you want to learn about hedge funds. Or just long-term investing. Okay, I understand. So you have an issue with learning to understand the margins. No problem. You got that too. Oh, but I misread you. You said you were trying to figure out who were the master traders. The people you can pick their brain through their what? Publications. Oh, you've been watching me trade options a lot. Oh, that's what it is. You want to learn how to trade options. You want to turn $80 into $200 and $300 in 3 days. Oh, okay, I got you. Come on. We got you. What you need?
Yeah.
Your cup running over with knowledge. You want to learn short selling? Are you tired of short yourself? Oh, I get it. I'm with you on that one. I stopped short myself a long time ago. Right? Let's go. Let's get it. You want to learn swing trading? Oh, is it technical analysis that you're kind of working with a little bit? We got you there too. Oh, you want to learn about the volatility in the VIX because the market's unstable right now because of the election. Oh, that's what it is. You want to learn how to what? Trade all this volatility. Oh, okay, I got it. Oh, you just want to learn about Wall Street. Ah, no problem. We got you there too. I mean, I can go on and on for days and days and days. We got caches upon cache. We got all the scriptures you need. Why are you trying to convince me that you don't deserve this? You spend your entire existence stuck between about 5 or 6 books, right, on the other lane, and come over here. Here it is. We got what? Unlimited cornucopia, a plethora of data. And not only that, we help you unpack it. Oh, so you want to come out of the Book of Wall Street collection? Oh, you want to come out of that book this evening? You want to learn about, what? Brokers and market neutral strategies, intelligent asset investing. I mean, what do you need? Understand the Wall Street traders' risk decision. What do you need? What works in Wall Street? Right? Folders upon folders, books upon books. What do you need? Right? Buy the rumor, sell the fact. Is that not what's happening in the stock market right now? No stimulus deal. Right? No loans, no PPE scenarios, none of this stuff, right? Well, what happened preceding all that, they were buying a whole lot of what? Speculative rumors that it may come. Now that we know it's not going to happen, what are people doing? They're selling the fat. Markets are pulling back. That didn't take rocket science to understand that. The trend is your friend. Right? We're just moving under that mindset. Again, data upon data upon data. What do you need? Anybody need some books tonight? Anybody feel like they ain't got enough scriptures? Right? Again, our cup runneth over. We got everything you need. What you need? You need to learn Sister Agnes made, potato salad recipe. We got you. We got you. There's a book for that. All right, there's a book for that somewhere in here. How to, turn, and we say potato salad, that means what? How to turn some dollars, right, into what? A bigger bag, so to speak. Of course, everything is a parable over here. Same way they use it on the other side of the house. Potato salad ends up becoming a bag, right? What do you need? We got you. Books upon books upon books. Folders upon subfolders upon subfolders. Loaded. Loaded, as they say, right? I cut run. You want to learn day trading, huh? You want to understand 25 rules of what? Day trade. You want to understand how to, make intelligent decisions based upon what? Proper data sets and understanding analyzation, right? The wheel of success. These things follow you into your personal life. They do. They make you a better person, a better thinker, a more strategic thinker, a person who's not wasteful, a person who's not, undisciplined, right? All the things that when we messed up in the past because we kept tripping over ourselves because we kept trying to force a square peg into a circle hole, well, we're not fighting that any longer. Right? Can I get a good ROI on this moment? If I can't, I'm sorry, I can't, waste my time here today. No, thank you. Politely, no, thank you. Right? Understanding the wheel of success, content, mechanics, discipline. Right? I have this thing called BPM, behavior, patterns, and money. Understanding behavior, the psychological edge, how to read the room when you walk into it, who the players, who the fakers, right? What's on the, what's the energy here, right? That's more indicative of understanding what? Content, mechanics is related to value of what? Patterns, technicals, right? Mechanism, right, so to speak, the mechanized value of understanding markets, indicators, all that, right? And of course, discipline, understanding discipline, right? Your dollars is determined by how disciplined you are with them. Are you liberal and giving it away to everybody and not expecting nothing in return? Come on now. One cannot be that doggone frivolous, right? You're not finding strangers on the street and giving them money and saying, hold it to next week. So why give it to? So I'm just saying, let's go. It says clear as day. The market pays you to be disciplined. Clear as day. All right. Jobs pay you to be what? Busy. Some people got decent job and they mind where they can just, ride the clock out all day, get a bag, better do nothing. Okay. Everybody ain't got that opportunity. But of course, you still, on somebody else's clock though. You have to be there to get it though. So, in most cases. Now we have a stay-at-home environment, right? This COVID environment, well, now you can work from home, make some money. But of course, in that case, again, that would give me the what? The energy to deliver value to be what? Trade the market now, because I ain't got to worry about the boss standing on my shoulder. I'll be trading more than I'll be working for them again. Yeah, I got you, Mr. Charlie, but yeah, I got you. I got, Mr. Charlie's screen up, and I got what? Apple running and everything else running on the other screen over here. And nobody is standing on my back telling me what? That I can't do it. So Again, we got whatever you need, we got you. We got you. Right? Right. The game is to be given away in this perspective and not sold. The game is to be given away, right? Somebody said they need the day trader's Bible. Oh, y'all say y'all want the day trader's Bible. Oh, y'all want this Bible here though, right? Oh, so this since this ain't the King James version, you don't want this Bible here, right? Okay, I get it. Right? My Bible ain't good enough for you guys. That's what it is. Right? The books that I bring forth ain't good enough. I'm just saying. Right? I'm not sitting there trying to short myself. I'm not trying to fight against the opportunity to be, again, my own owner operator. Right? There's, again, a wealth of information out there where people are just sharing their journey, what they've seen, how they've been able to, manage and change their life. Right? Change their life. I mean, we got books upon books upon books upon books waiting to give them away. Only thing we need to exchange is what? An email. It costs you $3.99. $3.99. Right, so I'm done. Right? I'm finna turn the books over turn the service over tonight to missionary Monica. Right? We have Deacon Brandon. Right? We have junior pastor Chris in the house. Right? We have Deaconess Christian McKenzie in the house. Right? We have Paul Barry Usher, Brother Mathis in the building this evening. Right? The floor is you guys, right? The floor is y'all. The floor is yours.
I want to say you preached a mighty good sermon there, Pastor.
Thank you, missionary Monica. Hold on. I do that one more time before I go upstairs and get these chickpeas and kale. Had to get that last little praise break in real quick before I go upstairs and get these chickpeas and kale. Floor is you guys real quick. I'm gonna need about a 10-15 minute intermission. I gotta go in the back right here and count these donations. Right? Y'all gonna have to give pals fit the email. Let me go count these donations. All right, let me go see what this kale and these chickpeas hitting like. The floor is yours. Right? Thank y'all for tuning in this late as it is anyway, too. Open mic night. We're hanging out, going over information. Yeah, again, you guys can share your screen if you choose. Of course, the floor is you guys as well. I don't think those, yeah, you should be able to share your screen on. Yeah, I think you can do that on here. Forgot stream y'all, you can do it as well. All right, let me stop sharing mine. Right, I done read all the scriptures I can muster tonight. Floor is you guys. Go ahead. Whatever y'all want to talk about. Open mic night.
Hey, y'all think that election that we about to have, you think the president gonna say it was fraudulent? Like, what would that do to the stock market if he did that?
We mean fraudulent.
Saying that the votes ain't right, like they all messed up everywhere because of they mailed in.
Well, that's his whole play right now. He's looking to get back in anyway, so he's gonna say anything to deter anybody from electing the right person besides himself.
But if we
like
look
far
at
as
what happened, if we look at what happened in 2000 when they did that, the votes had to get counted and it went to the Supreme Court. And you see how he stacked the Supreme Court.
I think it's different now because this first election or his first term, he showed pretty much his hand on who he's going to be as a presidential or a president in general for the next year. So he burned, let's say, a lot of bridges. So you think they're gonna let that happen again? But they say Wall Street is betting on Biden right now. That's a fact. If Wall Street is behind you, you basically got the election in hand, in my opinion.
Huh.
I mean, from some miracle, he can convince the American people to vote for him for another term. I don't see that happening. And all the things that he didn't do right as a president, I don't see him. I don't see him with a second term. I just don't see it. But then again, I could be wrong. He might have something up his sleeve, but I don't see what it could be right now. Are you
So
looking to invest off of his shortcomings or how are you trying to equate the election with the stock market?
all of it. Like I think it'll if Trump win, it'll go up. If Trump lose, it'll go down. I don't see it going for not for Biden. I don't think he'll win it. They're gonna cheat.
That might be the case. I mean,
This president
it's
can't lock us back down.
but then again, this is a beautiful thing about the stock market. No matter who wins, the only thing we got to do is watch the monitors tomorrow, come up with a plan, and trade that trend. That's it. You have no emotions tied to the president. You have no emotions when it comes to this stock market at all. You trade the trend and you get in your bag. That's it. That's it. Just simple as that. That may sound ruthless and cold, but hey, where's your stimulus check at? Where's your groceries at right now? I definitely need some groceries.
They sure ain't giving up none of that.
So it's I think it's in your best interest to what Ober Emporium says, learn this stuff. Not for the time being. I mean, for years to come. Because I don't know if you work a job or you're wealthy already, but I mean, this is a trait that should have been taught to a lot of people, and the fact that they're keeping it from the public and only teaching it to certain schools, you know, they somewhat put you at a disadvantage already at birth.
Yeah, man, it's just people struggle, man. They struggle to pay their rent. They struggle to pay the bills. They got kids. It's crazy, man. Like I don't get it. And when you try to tell people about the stock market, like you and your sister or your brother or your cousin, all y'all working together, y'all be good at it. They
Hmm.
don't want to hear it. They rather get out here and just do what we've been taught to do our whole life, run the streets.
And see, that's another thing I'm struggling too with. I'm trying to get my sister to see this. So I found the best remedy is what everybody's talking about in the chat, showing them receipts, throwing that cash in their face. Not to be cruel about it, but hey, people love results versus the the hard work that it takes to put into getting those results. So once you grind out yourself and you're able to show your brother, your sister, your cousin, whoever, what you're able to accomplish, maybe they might want to hop on board and say, "Oh, can you teach me that too?" And it's up to your choice to, you know, say yeah or no, figure it out yourself. I mean, I know you probably have good intentions, trying to help other people, but you got to help yourself out first before you can help anybody else. And I know that sounds cold, but that's what I came to a realization of, you know, showing these results and then showing them off. Not in a braggadocious way, but just showing the results.
So the futures market open at what, 6 p.m. tomorrow night?
Hey, who's it? Oh,
4, I think it's 4 o'clock.
hey, y'all. Y'all can hear
Your
me?
sister Mo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I just want, I was working on my South Carolina CARES Act grant. I just want to share, just in case other people in other states have small businesses or nonprofits. It appears that all the states have the CARES Act. They have funding left over that they cannot keep, and they got 3 months. Well, not 3 now, 2 months to spend it. Okay. Now our deadline is November the 1st at midnight tomorrow night. The application is not a very difficult application. I think I brought it up on the Wednesday show. I had started completing mine, but you got to have your financial documents. So they're giving out, it depends on your state. So Carolina is giving out $25,000 to small businesses and $50,000 to nonprofits. And I noticed in some states like Alabama and Louisiana, they have $15,000 grants to small businesses. And I was just reading one of the articles, and they said one of the reasons they still have money left over is that when they pushed the grant out, remember back in June or July, they had pushed that, March, yeah, somewhere around that point, they had pushed that grant out with the deadline of June 30th and July 31st. And they had a lot of rejects. And so a lot of people didn't get awarded. And I said that money was left over from that first grant, from that first opportunity. It had a lot of rejects because of the forms. And I can believe it, because I just completed the forms for the Carolinas, and it'll kind of trip you up with words if you don't know, if you don't really understand how to do a budget. So I'm probably gonna go live tomorrow after 4, though, after I finish hustling at the flea market, and share the apps. And so if people have questions and they need to know how to fill them out, you guys want to get that in. And I would even go farther to say, if you go to Google and you put in, let's say you put in Texas CARES Act grant for small business or for nonprofit, and it says don't look for the link that's the March 1st, the deadline June 30th, 2020, or July. Look for the recent article that either came out in September or October, and you will notice that state, they have that CARES Act and that they're trying to get rid of that money. And 9 out of 10, they probably still have opportunity, because if they do not spend it, they're gonna have to give it back. And what the worst thing is to get money and then you don't spend it, but you say you still need money, right? So for those of you out there who have businesses and nonprofits, I would encourage you to put that in. If you have issues with the financial piece of it, your budgets and things like that, just tune in tomorrow on somebody's channel. I'll probably do double tap it on, because now I can stream on mine and Garfield's. And I will show the app on the Carolina website. It's probably the same on yours. And show the documentation so you guys can get that in. And I would give them a call if the deadline is already passed. I'd give them a call and say, hey, I seen this out there. I'm not sure if you still have funding, but if you do, can you consider? But you want to have your stuff already done, so it makes it easier. All you have to do is upload the documents and put in a couple numbers and call it a day. And that's why it's so important. I drill it in the hole. That cash flow manager, QuickBooks Self-Employed, or whatever app you're using for your accounting system, because when it comes down to these opportunities, I've said it a million times over, you gotta have your financial statements in order, your profit and loss, your balance sheet, your budgets. I drill that in the
ground, don't I, Brandon?
All the time. You need your LLC, you need your DUNS number,
Yep.
you need the
Yes.
articles of corporations, you need your operational agreement. You do that
You
to the
learned
T.
well.
You keep repeating it. You keep repeating it, and I'm right there. I fell asleep, and I woke up. Operations agreement, like I was crazy. I'm like, you do that. So I definitely will be into the chat tomorrow.
Yes, and
Get some more of that.
yes, and you said something key. It's funny because I was helping someone today. Last 3 days, I was helping someone, and I promise you, I said it. The computer one spot, I almost did eat. I was starving. She looking for last minute, trying to find a DUNS number, and I'm like, what? You know, like really, I told you where to put that stuff. So I had to show her how to go in, stop my application, go show her how to get into Dun and Bradstreet, find your DUNS number, pull it down. And then also, if you have, that's what I was missing. I'm glad I thought about that. If you, your Secretary of State certificate of existence, if you have the certificate or if you have the letter that shows that you are nonprofit, which is normally your charitable letter that comes from the Secretary of State, you have to upload that as well. So don't be so naive. I don't want to do no business with the government. It's really a reimbursable. So if you've already had expenditures between March and December, and I know what you're going to say, if you got the PPP, right, they're going to subtract that amount from your revenues. And if you got the EDIL, they're going to subtract that as well. So for example, I think mine was like, well, y'all know I gave some of my loan money back because I didn't want to pay it back. So I only took some, but I had like 13,000. And so my expenditures came out, I think it was like a little over 28. And so they subtracted that from the 13. So I'm only eligible to get the 9, even though it's up to 50,000. Now I ain't gonna be mad if they give me 50K, right? Because I got some houses to go repair. But and so that's just pretty much how it works. You know, if you don't have your stuff already in your bank, in your accounting system, then go to your bank. The easiest way is to pull down go to your bank account and download the Excel file from March the 1st to now. So you download it from March the 1st to now, and then you just take your credits and debits, and then if you write checks like I do, you can go in and you can see what it's for, and you break your budget down, program it. The easiest way is just to break it down: program expense, program supplies, so salaries and contractual services, equipment rental, and venue rental, and other. That's it. That's the quickest way to do your budget for this scenario, because you really don't have that kind of time. And put in your income, and I would be calling them up based on some of the documents Brandon just mentioned: nonprofit, 501c3, their termination letter, and your what's the word? Articles in corp if you don't have the certificate of existence, whatever works, right? Print out a screenshot from your Secretary of State if you don't have those things. You can go to Secretary of State, print a screenshot like you in good standing. Do what you got to do to make it happen. You know, that's money. This is grant funds, and so in a reimbursable basis, if you've been paying rent for your business space, then you want to get that receipt or that lease agreement, your utilities. So anything that you haven't already turned in to SBA for PPP, you want to turn in for this particular grant money. And that's how they do that. So if you've already received it, just subtract out that, that PPP money stopped June the 30th. So from July to the end of the year, you can at least get reimbursed. And then boom, that's money you have as operating expenses, and you don't have to report a loan, or you could just pay back loan with it, right? Because it's a reimbursable basis. So let's make it happen, y'all. Knowledge is power. Where y'all go? Where everybody at?
I'm still here.
Yeah. So tell people that may have businesses that may need some assistance. They good for it, and they can use the support. I'd be calling that number on the website. Listen, do I still have an opportunity to put in for this grant? Yes, because we know y'all ain't spent all the money. You know, so don't say nobody ain't sharing that with y'all. You know, what about African Emporium? He on lunch break? Or he slayed?
Yeah, he's eating his pig cheese sandwich.
Yeah, he slayed or whatnot. Yeah, man. I like that chart right there. I'm ready for Monday. I want me a scenario. You know. Yeah. Where the African Emporium? Where are you? I guess he needed some water. He needed a break. He was going in for about a good hour.
He might be sweating.
He might be sweating.
Cold Baptist preacher.
Yeah. We're not on Zoom, so we can't share screen, look at some charts and everything. Oh, there he go. He stopped sharing.
My bad. No, I'm in the. I was like I said, I ran upstairs. Y'all know I had a late dinner tonight, so I sacrificed.
I said.
So I had a late dinner. Again, I know I'm gonna turn to a gremlin tonight. I'm turning to what they call a strike on the gremlins. I'm gonna be looking like
Yes.
about another hour.
You were going in, man. I was rolling.
Yeah, one of them nights. Man, get it in because I think our situation is just that serious. I really believe it. You know, we've been, of course, we still humble, and we always gonna be humble. But somebody need that kind of hard message. I feel like somebody need that hard message. They need to really start watching what they call window shopping and come on inside the building and shop with us, right? So they can see exactly how beneficial their dollars are when they learn how to put it to use properly. So again, I think next year going to be even more of an explosion for a lot of people who are around you guys who've been watching for quite a while. They just had, they building up the courage. It takes a little time. I get it. That's why I'm patient. But when that light bulb goes off, they're gonna be having the same testimony as everybody has when they got into this. Why did I wait this long? That's the universal, testimony that everybody has once the light bulb goes off. Why did it take me this long to learn this? And so, it's gonna happen one way or the other. So, yeah, you can share your screen. I'm sorry, I was up, upstairs grabbing something real quick. I'll be right back down. Let me know too if it's happening problem. I think you should be able to share. You can share on screen share. Oh, Scott, StreamYard, right?
No, I don't think so.
Individuals can share, right? Or does it have to be Zoom?
I think it has to be Zoom because I don't see no screen share on my
on your thing.
Yeah.
That's weird. Let me see if there's any kind of setting. Man, this thing. You would think at least they would have it. That's one of the main reasons why a lot of people, obviously when we had Google Hangouts, the old one before they changed it. Tell it now with this stuff. So, let's see. So I don't think it is a feature for it, or at least I haven't noticed it yet. Because again, I went ahead and just purchased the doggone subscription. My little cheap behind. But yeah, so well, I guess if you got a little moment, if you tell me the chart you want to pull up, I'll pull it up real quick. And I'll be right back down in a second. But anything particular or just that y'all had in mind to want to look at?
Snapchat.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Open. Get right on to that over here. Come on, where you at, chart? Oh, here we go. All right. Any time frame particular, or 1 day, 1 hour, 15 minutes, 5 minutes? Anything particular? That's the 1 day. Up to 5.
Yeah, probably 5. Is that the 5 day?
5 minutes. You want the 5 day?
Yeah.
Hold on. Oh, I forgot. I gotta go. All right, dang it. Oh, I forgot. I got this silly thing on where. Let's go. So it's like the 1 hour. Kind of give you some perspective on,
No, that's good right there. That's okay.
Yes, I'll be right back. Let me run and grab this real quick. I'll be right back. Sorry.
Hey, that gap between that on Snap right there, between it's about 28 and 35, does it have to fill that? Like, does the stock
You'd
have to
have to
fill
bring
that
it.
gap?
You'd have to bring that chart back a little bit more to see if it's something that's already been filled. It did, but I would think that it has to fill it because it did jump.
Remember, there was news on that too.
Right. I'm not.
Yeah, on every chart from the 1 day to 5 day, 1 minute, 5 minute, 1 hour, like it all has that gap in it.
Are you good with technical analysis?
No.
All right. So on that day, you're gonna find out the reason why that gap. So on that day, I don't know if you have a, I don't know if you're in front of your computer, but
Yeah, I am.
can you find out what day that was?
That it gapped up.
Yeah, that day that it gapped up.
Yeah, it was the 21st. I think it had earnings.
Yep, it had earnings and something else. It was some news. So normally if you're gonna find out what gapped up a stock like that over, I think how much is that percentage wise? I can't tell because I'm on my phone. Um, to find out the reason why it gapped up like it did, what you would do is you would type that date in, the ticker, and I would type in news, or I would type in the ticker, news, and find that date that it gapped up like that. See if you can find that for me. See what the news was.
All right, back in the building. So if y'all need me to navigate to anything particular, let me know. I'm kind of still be on mute a little bit here, but I'm here if you need me to change anything particular.
Okay.
Let's see.
Is it because of the Facebook ad boycott?
Nope. It's something else. So are you on like a Google or to find out
Yeah,
the news?
I'm on Google.
All right. So I don't know if you did you type in news or did you hit that news select button underneath Google? Because you know how you type in something and it gives you like images, news, I think like maps or something like that.
Yeah, I just clicked on it.
On the news tab.
Yeah.
Okay. And then see if you can find that date. So you have to scroll all the way down to that date, see what the news for the news feed was for that.
Yeah, I'm not seeing nothing. I mean, it's all kinds of stuff here, but not from that day.
All right, check the day before. If it's like the 20th, the 19th. Let's see if I find it on mine.
Were you guys looking up news for Was it Snapchat or what? I'm sorry, I know I was upstairs.
Yeah. So Brother Mathis wants to know why it gapped up on what was that, the 21st in the first place?
Oh, okay.
And it was earnings and it was something else, a big news thing as well. He's just looking it up real quick.
Okay, gotcha. Exactly. Teach a man how to fish.
Exactly.
And I will say this, of course, I don't want to be rude while I'm chewing, but the easier way to stay abreast of information, of course, in this case, what we do, we're data harvesters, we're data chasers, so to speak, is, of course, the power of Google, number one. Get familiar with a lot of different publications that we speak about on here a lot because they are very useful. They have a use case. They're strategically and structured in a way where this is, how they, obtain business themselves by giving you sources of, source reference to the different news publications, data. Like this website, what I'm using, basically right here, Market Insider. If you don't have it, you should archive it. Right? That's what a trading community gives you. It displays all the different cheat sheets, cheat codes, cheat parameters, whatever, all in one. And so it's the reason why I say, steal from everybody, but find your own niche, right? Or niche. Because that's what it is. This is a shared economy, right? We're sharing information and data. All right. That's, again, in itself, half of the work already, done by just knowing where to go to get it. So you don't have to spend a whole lot of time trying to figure out. Now, some of it is a lot of it is self-explanatory. It's simple as Googling, these different things. Get used to learning how to query information about financial data sets, different metrics, so to speak, technicals or whatever, fundamentals. You just have to upgrade your game and learning how to Google, right? Once that happens, then information. They say time is money in the stock market. It literally is. Time is money in the stock market. We're talking seconds can matter, thousands of dollars, hundreds of dollars to some people, tens of dollars, to some. And so, of course, you want to be most actively, engaging, information in real time. Of course, if you're trading it in real time, day trading, in a way where you're not kind of, stopping and popping and pinging just to get, information. So you'll get sharper as time goes, right? What's going on, family? Joe Schmo. What's going on over Sean John in the building, right? Over in the house. I see you. Peace, power, profit to you, right? You get better at learning how to query information. Right? We get paid literally on being first. And so, people are like, well, what do you mean by that? No, we get paid to be first. Front loading, being ahead of these trades. In a lot of ways, reading the tea leaves, as we say. Well, I say what, we spent the lifetime, doing that for free, with sports, reality TV shows, knowing all about the characters, who they are in real life, all this stuff. We know everything about all those people, how to get information on them in a drop of a dime, give you a whole breakdown biography on them. And when it comes to us being able to use, again, said information and data and intellect and wisdom and wit to translate this information from these companies into money, we draw a blank sometimes. So I say, I know what it is. It's a passion or interest, scenario where you have to have enough interest to want to take it the distance to get what you need from it. I enjoy, learning, much as I can about these little particular companies and so to speak here and there. especially when I'm trading or I'm about to trade it. I mean, it's clear they Snap beat on earning. They were still under the 3-day rule like most people. On the third day or the fourth day, the stock pulled back. I was right there shorted. I didn't get in the way of it running to the upside because they had a lot of what? Euphoria in it. Right? Stocks can remain euphoric more than you can remain solvent. Right? Irrational, as they say. Stocks can remain more irrational the longer you can stay solvent. So I'm not trying to trade against the trend. When the run slows down, the volume dries up, all those signals will be there. You get a chance to see that in real time. So it's not like you just trading blind or clueless. You just got to learn how to be patient. Let it unfold, right? When it hit that peak of, the frenzy is done, like, the sale is over, so to speak, right? The rollback at Walmart is over, right? Kind of that scenario. Then that stock actually rolls back at that point. And that's when we hit it, right? So I don't see nothing. Taking over.
I don't see the news.
How?
I mean, I see all the earnings reports, but
I think there was another catalyst for Snap to jump up. Didn't it have a license agreement with TikTok?
I mean, they had some mad upgrades, but yeah, as you can see right here, matter of fact, on my screen here, all the news over the past last couple weeks, a week or so. This is everything dealing with Snapchat. All right. If we go back, let's go back another what? Let's go 2 weeks there. All right, let's do that. Again, one thing about the market too, I always tell people, don't overanalyze it. Don't get caught with the paralysis of analysis. If you get caught into doing that, you're gonna overthink it, and then you're gonna miss some of the most obvious answers that you're trying to get answered. Right? So a lot of the stuff that we're sifting through day over day, of course, they done all the work and put these publications together, right? They compiled all this data, the stats and metrics. We're just saying, okay, yeah, sift through it, proofread it real fast, brief through it. Okay, I know what they're saying. It's kind of like that. And you be like, yeah, I'm good, right? I know exactly what I need to know from this stock. Right? So here's everything concerning around the earnings. Every news reel that came out about Snapchat from a myriad of different publications, a myriad. Matter of fact, do you have this website right here over Brother Mathis?
I don't have a subscribed account, but I was just
It's free. This is free. Everything we post on here is free.
Okay. Yeah, I see it now.
Yeah, we work smart and hard. Now, if you don't have this website archive, shame on you. We giving cheat codes, right? Go and subscribe. When I say subscribe, meaning go on and get it archived, bookmark it, whatever.
Yeah, it launched a sounds on Snapchat. I guess it's gonna be a TikTok rival.
What day did that happen on?
Yes, launched a Snapchat music catalog, which offers millions of licensed songs from Snap's music industry partners. So that combined with earnings made it do that. That's Everybody go to sleep.
Nah, I'm
My,
sitting there, I'm
my
watching you
fault,
break
man. I
this
was talking to
down.
you.
Now we're letting you walk through it. This is how you learn, bro. You have to go through the all the different steps and making things make sense. It goes the same way you would politic this, if it was just you on, by yourself. Of course, with us even here to help. All this stuff is still a part of the, our daily regimen. You're learning how to filter through data and see what its relevancy is or its weighted value to the stock. Again, some stocks just we're in a position where they just waiting to break out anyway, because it could be technical too. It's always a marriage of a lot of different factors that cause stocks to blow, especially when they go really crazy. So it wasn't a secret why Snap blew the way they did, then turned around. Pinterest did the same thing, right? But here was ironic about that. Well, what social media sites preceded those two before they came to market? Twitter and what? Facebook, right? Well, what did they do to their earnings?
They both tank.
Twitter dropped out near 15%. Facebook, another what? 3, 4, 5, 7% itself. Snapchat's rocketed over 30% plus dang there. Pinterest went up around what? The same amount. These new school disruptors. The two things that they got going for them that Facebook and Twitter don't have is what? Regulation issues, antitrust issues. Congress beat down they back for what? Monopolizing, they don't have those issues. So they fighting and moving under the radar, and they capture market share because their demographic audience is still young. They still, building out, being able to kind of monetize their platform. So people say, okay, these, assets is, stood the test of time. They've been around this long. It's time for them to what? Pay a premium for them. Give them a little extra boost now. Snapchat don't have none of the issues of regulation like what Facebook and Twitter is going through right now. None of it. And they still have the ability to, again, monetize their platform through a lot of different smaller ways that Facebook pretty much they took theirs almost to a point of what? I mean, they still gonna find other ways to make money, but that's why Mark is doing what? Buying other companies now, because again, Facebook in itself kind of about near hit that plateau how many subscribers they can even hold at this point. I mean, there's only 7 billion people on the planet, and there happen to be a lot of people that ain't worried about social media. You just ain't gonna get them, convert them, because the people down in Andaman Island ain't got no cell phone. They ain't worried about no Facebook. Right? So they straight. Okay. So he finding other ways to monetize the channel. Of course, this advertisement service that they offer through the Facebook business pages, that's where the money's at. But he all end up buying again WhatsApp and got Instagram popping, still trying to come up with different different application values to offer. Of course, the challenge TikTok, if and when it ever comes to market, public that is. But a lot of this stuff, again, you just kind of, walk your way through it. Really, really stop and think about it from both sides, consumer and if you was running this company yourself. You have to think like an executive, right? Think like the average, investor. Think like the average executive, board seat director, whoever. Think like the CFO, any of those guys. Really put yourself in those shoes. Again, make it make sense. The great thing about it is sometimes, let's say you missed the boat, right? It takes off without you. The first thing you say to yourself is, okay, I might have missed the run, the run up. And it doesn't offer me an opportunity on the way back down. To the point, if I think about it being a long-term investment and I feel like I missed the opportunity to get in lower, of course you want it to what? Come back down some so you can get it cheaper. So you're always in the constant flux of saying, ultimately, ultimately you're saying, okay, yeah, if it comes down, it's no big deal. If it goes up, of course, that's awesome, especially if you like it for a long-term play. But you should favor it in any environment at any moment. Nobody likes to pay full price for anything. Buying stock should be the same way, especially if you like it for a long term. And even in a short seller, because I'm like, man, it's like too high, right? It don't line up with what this real true market is worth. So yeah, I'm gonna short this. Right, I'm gonna bring it back down to earth. So I get excited either way. Of course, that's what I did Thursday and Friday. I shorted the breaks all out on Snapchat. Now I always say, man, I know I should have bought more contract, but I take what I did. It only cost me a little something. And it proves what I made like with about $600 off Snapchat. Yeah, something like that. Friday. Trading it down to the downside. It was selling off like what the broader market was. I didn't even need to know any news on that. I just know it was selling off because the broader market was selling off. The trend is your friend. Don't fight the market. Let it reward you. Don't fight the market. Trust me, let it reward you. Right. And then, do it all over again. They say wash, rinse, repeat. You got to love that. You got to love, what that really, really means when you think about it as a trader. I mean, all the greats out there that we consider greats, of course, if you say that with some of these trades, a lot of these people move under the same mindset. Maybe they're, jargon or whatever is a little bit more different, but it's the same mentality, both, basically at the end of the day. Ride the runners, short the what? The laggards. I mean, it really is that kind of black and white. There's nothing really separating people from taking this to the next level. Besides, taking, human information that's given and really putting it to task, taking it to task. Again, if you was running that company, how would you think about it? But make sure you have a partisan perspective, because there's always going to be a contrarian trader out there somewhere, no matter what. People saw Amazon earnings when it came out, and they saw that big beat, right? 66, I think like 67% beat on EPS, some huge number like that. People, and they beat revenue, like, man, why the stock should be near $4,000, right? But again, upon further review, we saw what? Okay, Amazon going back into its what? Cyclical moment where it does a lot of what? R&D, research and development, CapEx spending, mergers and acquisition. That means they're spending now from all the money they made up until the point where they rolled this far in 5 months to start, then basically doubled. And it's like, man, what else you want? Look where it came from. The March lows to start was at $1,600. It went all the way to $3,500. Seriously? And people are crying about because it pulled back a little bit after earnings, because the fact that they said, hey, we're going to spend a little money so we can what? Be better prepared and positioned in the future. I said, you know what? It's a discount moment. It's discount buy time. It's like going to Dollar General and get you some what? Some grits, right? They a little cheaper there. It's for same type of Quaker grits, but they got at Walmart, but they're gonna be a little cheaper because they're at the dollar store. Right?
You said this is Amazon?
Yeah, Amazon chart got up here. They did pretty well, right? On the earnings wise. And then, of course, you know how that goes. People ain't never satisfied that's in the market that's long, right? Because they are, inherently it's a, I don't know, it's just a human experience to feel like everything that got to keep going up when you long, right? Especially when you and your money wrapped up to it. And that's a good thing, of course, but I always say, you know what, let it, you know, let it correct a little bit as well. Right. Let it correct a little bit as well, because it gives you a bigger, you know, potential bounce when those things do happen. You know, as opposed to just being extended. Of course, if you're looking at it from the linear regression band here, where is that?
I'm sorry, Obi, you're not sharing.
It's not sure. Oh, I'm sorry. God dang it.
Yeah,
See,
you still on the snap.
dang it. I'm sitting there over here pointing. My bad. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Yep. Sorry about that. All Amazon did is came all the way down to the bottom of what? The band and bounced. That don't mean it won't break through it come tomorrow and Wednesday. You know, excuse me, Tuesday. Well, Monday and Tuesday, excuse me. But as of now, it proved that what? Play some really good defense off the lows. You know, so you look at this and say, okay, well, what are my points of interest to worry about on the way to the downside? Of course, you know, got the bottom of the integration band clear as day here. It tapped it and then break below it. Here's the wick. After that, you got these little candles right here, right? This little candle here, so roughly down to 29.71, you know, and or down to even to this little doja right here. Of course, you want to say 3,000, what, 3,004. You lose that. You got a small little gap to fill from 29.78 down to around about 29.58. You blow through all that, then you what? You just go back to the last time the chart was at this point ever again, you know, excuse me, you know, in the most immediate future, and you say, well, what's down there? Right? You have a small little gap here at 29.32 down to roughly around about what's that? 29.15. And then underneath that, you take out this little small little candle here, take that little, you know, that little liquidity out there. You're talking rough around what? 28.76. And you just backstop all the way down from there. If the energy is still, you know, pulling back to the downside, those are all the areas you're going to look at. That is going to what? Hit those areas, in particular, stop and bounce. Or if it blows through that area, you just go to the next one. That's just basic charting. Have exhausted itself. Of course, at some point, it's going to bounce. RSI indicators give you those kind of what? Telltale signals. I mean, even on the daily, it's still sitting at around about a 40 RSI. It could easily come a little bit lower, easily. You know, of course, worst case scenario, if it comes down and tap the what? The 200-day moving average. Well, it'll be worst case for people who what? Don't understand how to play the long game, because down here it's a lot cheaper than paying for it at 3,500. I would say that's $700 cheaper. I mean, who want to pay $700 extra for, you know, a box of butter at Walmart? Like, seriously? No, I need that. I need that a little bit cheaper, Walmart. I'm sorry. All right, if not, I'm gonna go to the dollar store. Play the game. Play the game the same way that the banks and the hedge funds is doing. Play it their way too. If they pulling it down because, of course, they got a bigger purse than you, then let them pull it down. That means they got a plan with it. They didn't ride it this far up just to abandon it. Of course, in this case, ain't nothing wrong with Amazon business model to cause any red flag. They just want it cheaper. And then there's a lot of volatility keep coming into the market because you got an election coming up. You know, this is just another cycle of what? Governance and particular policy that may come in effect that may either aid or abet or whatever, or of course cause problems with some of these different companies, depending on whoever the new leader is. But Wall Street still, at the end of the day, they don't care. They just, you know, try to price it in. They drop it if they need to at that moment, then they turn around and buy it right back up. As simple as that. You know, like I said, we're gonna make money one way or the other. So, you know, that's what it is. That's what it's all about, guys. That's the name of the game. Right? Check the options market. Should always be checking the options market. I repeat, you should always be checking the options market. always, because therein lies a lot of people who's thinking about what? Owning a lot of these long-term positions. They're just test driving it before they buy it. It's a contractual agreement. You hold on to that contract. If it expires in the money, well worth the value for you to take advantage of those 100 shares at that strike price you bought for, then you what? Fulfill that mandate, and now you got your long-term position. If you say I'm still not, convinced that it's, stable at those prices, you sell, take the profit that you made, and keep what? Keep on pushing. You'll find something else or trade it again. You're not sure you're not short of opportunity. No matter how you look at it, you're never short of opportunity. But there's something that's always moving, always. Right? So, yeah. Take your time again, make it make sense. Put these charts to perspective. Taking the task. Let them reveal themselves to you. Mitigate your risk. Understand the risk. And then take the type of position that gives you, again, a more favorable outcome. With all the precautionary tools in place. Stop losses, everything that you need. Right? The market is always trying to give its users any and all types of credible information to its benefit, to their benefit. Right? Of course, you look at the S&P 500. You got the election coming up, so you already know everything going into after the election. Let's say the date after the election, November the 4th, right? 11/04, excuse me, whatever. Look at what's happening right here. These people who that was buying all last week ahead of the election. Look at all this put energy. Right? Look at all these short sellers trying to pile up. This is their thesis, not my speculative value. This is them showing you with their money. They put their money where their mouth is at. Now they could be wrong, of course, but ultimately we're led to believe that we're trying to always follow the money, right? Crowded trades are in play based upon probability of what's in, or what's happening in or with that asset that makes people feel a certain way about it. Again, is it news driven? Is there something that's causing people to feel this way about it? Where they're putting, this kind of level of pressure and capital pressure on the stock for that direction. This scenario is puts, right? They're playing the trend. The trend has been down for the entire week into the election. This ideal of even Biden being president. So people saying, I think we're going to pull back. Well, look at the strike price that is most heavily bought up for that expiration. You got what, 325 strike puts, 12,000 contracts. Those were bought Friday. The 320s, what, 19,000 contracts. This is a $300 ticket. Meaning this stock, it's a $300 ticket. Those contracts there, again, average price for the contract for that is at $3.90, basically $390. Do that multiplication in your head. 390 times 19,000. That kind of money. So I'm always saying again, make it make sense. We almost hit that Friday on the lows. We came down to 322 and change, and then they started to save it, right? It was like, man, save a little bit for next week. They're like, save a little bit for next week. Gotta know how they think. Market makers trade the market too. They're not there just to kind of lobby shares through the, with order books and sending them down range through different brokers or whatever. They make money too, exchange the shares. They harbor and hold shares too. So everybody trying to play the game. Now look at there. Look at the 390s. Excuse me, the 290s. Look at those 290s. 61,000 people bought the November the 4th, 290 strike puts 61,000 people. Now look at the price of the contract, 61 cents. $61 times $61,000. Excuse me, 61,000. 61,000 contract, excuse me. Somebody do that math, right? That kind of scenario. It's crazy. But it's these people, a lot of people that bought this stuff, well, they ain't just guessing. A lot of these people are smart people. They got money into those contracts. Of course, they could be hedging, but for the most part, you know, directionally, of course, the industry is still to the downside until they, you know, the bulls show you something different. Right? No one can time the exact bottom.
That 290, that's representing a market crash, ain't it? It's gonna drop that.
Totally depends how you look at that, Over. Because you say, well, what? Let me ask you, what constitutes a market crash to you?
The SPY dropping at least 30 to 40 points.
Fair assessment. In this case, it's sitting at 320, what? 326. So if it drops to 316, that's what? 10 points. It drops to what? 306. That's another what? That's 20 points. It drops to what? Around about what? 290, 296, something like that. That's another what? 30 points. About 6 points off from what? 290. What's also interesting about that particular place as well, look right here. What do you see? On the chart. At that same strike price, what do you see right here? Choppiness. A lot of traders wrapped up around that 290. 290 support. All this right here. Again, you can see I got a little line there. You know, some little scribblings, as we call it. You see it right there. That was a major length of what? Support, you know, in and around that area. Go back a little further. 290, you're up here. Look, you got a gap to fill from 292 all the way down to what? 288. Right. So in that little bubble area right there, of course, it filled it here on the retracing back up, but you know, on the way back down, now that area becomes even more of a, you know, area of operation, you know, area you know, of opportunity, I should say. Go a little further out. What do you see over here? Way back in what? September of 2019. Right around that 290 area, what do you see? A whole lot of what? Choppiness. Support. All this right here, just choppiness up in this little point here. So again, that's all you're doing, just going back and seeing, you know, where the people what hiding out at. You still probably got long positions there. Where do all the support points at? Where the resistance points at? What is the volume looking like in some of those areas? The chart has muscle memory. Well, that's how it's trading. That's why they call it what? Patterns and trends. Based on historic data. Fundamental or technical. The technical is what? Candles. Chart. When the last time the stock was at that previous point before? Not rocket science. It just takes a more careful look. Right? You have to really look at it. You have to look for all the different what? You know, all the different signs that tells you, hey, here's a more probable situation. Right? Here's a more probable situation. And in doing so, you'll trade it with that mentality or that understanding. You're not really guessing a whole lot. Like, you know, some people have you take that mindset. It's just a whole lot of just, you know, hard guessing. I don't necessarily buy that. Not knowing what I know now, I don't buy that. We're actually formulating thesis. We're understanding, you know, trend layouts and stuff like that. Inflows, outflows. exhaustion of buyers, exhaustion of sellers, the price, price and distribution charts and stuff like that. I mean, level 2, understanding, all that. So it all has a place. Right. So first thing I'm looking for on this is that, if we break, of course, if it was a fifth, we all be drunk, right? If we break 320, of course, it can get a little messy. You got 200-day moving average sitting right here at 319, basically 30 on the daily chart. Can we come out and tap that? Definitely at the election, or maybe tomorrow. Monday, possibly. But in the same way, can we rally back up inside this linear regression band, get back above what? 331? Very plausible as well. The great thing about trading, though, if you don't feel convicted about none of these trades, what's the best thing that you got going for you? You got to spend no money. Risk losing or gaining. You safe on the sideline. You just get a chance to observe it. You can play it in your head or paper trade it in theory, and just see, how you would have performed had the trade went live and the real capital in the work. That's powerful in itself, because you're learning behavior by watching everybody else, how they react to such a volatile event. So if it ever comes around again, you're like, yeah, I remember how they acted last time. They acted like this. Markets are just memory. That's all the markets are. Just memory. Money memory, to be exact. That's a t-shirt moment. Man. Markers are just money memory moment. Excuse me, money memories. Markers are just money memories. Memories, right? Tongue twister almost. But ultimately, they are. Right? Ultimately, they are. Again, not making this stuff up. I traded, the markets just like that. I'm like, what happened during that day? What was the buyers doing? What was these guys doing? What was these guys doing on this side? When these guys got exhausted, right, from all up here to down here, they got exhausted and selling. Then what? And came what? The buyers, clear as day. Look at the RSI. Look at the volume here. This is a hindsight scenario, but even in real time, I would still know how to read it. Because we understand at a point when, there's no more meat left somewhat on the bone after you have such a precipitous drop. Some things have to what? Retrace and bounce. What goes up must come down, but when it comes down and bounces, it must what? Return back up to a point and testing the what? Them clouds. So we trade peak to trough all day, every day. Again, this is for day traders, of course, but that's what we make it do. We make a living out trading peak to trough, and then from trough back to what? To the peak. Or how far over that chart may run until it what? Gives out of gas again. And we just repeat that all over again. It can be the SPY, it could be a penny, or whatever. Well, I'm not advocating to go out there and trade all the risky stuff. But again, do whatever that your comfort level will afford you to. But above all things, don't force any trade. Learn much as you can before you submit real capital. And if you do it at a place where you understand that, you're not going to invest more than you have willing to lose. That's the rules of the game. Right? That's not my rules. That's what the game of the market, convinces us and tells us. Because, of course, somebody out there wants your money. Of course they do. But we're in the business trying to take money from the market. If the Fed's accommodative, which they are, they're going to keep dumping money into it. Then, hey, we're not going to fight the Fed. They say, don't fight the Fed. There's a lot of people out there that are billionaires fighting the Fed because they feel like they're more competent and more able to kind of force the market to do, bend to their will. Now they got the money to kind of take those kind of chances. Right? What they call it back in the hood, penitentiary chances. Right? You take a penitentiary chances. You know what I'm saying? But they got it though. They can afford to lose $1 million. 800,000, a couple million, 2, 3 million. Right? Of course, if that thesis pans out and they're right, they can get paid. I posted a matter of fact, it's in the group about that. It was a bearish directional trader that took a. Well, we see it on the put. I was just showing you on bar chart. Again, somebody taking some big put bets going in, to the election, after the election.
Yeah, what he made like $3 million.
Which one? The spy puts.
Yeah. I seen that one. I think he made like 300 million. Let's see.
But yeah, and then you got another guy, somebody else front load. Did you see the people that were front load? I don't know if you saw that one.
I didn't see that one.
It's people front load right now. I mean, they get ready. That mean they, Joe could be in the back, putting them bullets in the magazine. Like, you just pop in, like, what y'all doing? What y'all getting ready to do? Y'all, you hear just the bullets going into the magazine. That means it's going to go down, right? So, again, if that's somewhat of a inside or some sight beyond sight, whatever, to understand that that's what's getting ready to go down. Then let's go. See right here, very aggressive speculative $1 million crash bet was placed today. Trader purchased 50,000 November 30th. Excuse me, nope. Yeah, November 3rd, 2020, 240 puts. And sold the same at a lower strike price. Of course, they buying, selling premium and buying premium. Directionally too. All right, so it's SPY lands opposite at 2:30 by the expiration. Trade will generate a 4,900% return. Transform $1 million into $49 million. Right, those charts out there. Those people out there taking those, because you can go see it on bar chart or whatever options flow chart that you look to for answer. And in the same breath, also another person, a $3.8 million crash bet was placed right before the session closed. This was Friday, guys, mind you. When that market spiked up on that last 5-minute candle in the market, it closed out up there, up at the point where it closed at. Somebody was methodical. They trade crazy like I do. I'd be waiting for the last little 5-10 minutes before I take a swing trade into the next day. I want to make sure there ain't no more surprises. That my money gonna be safe for nothing else all up until at least 9:30. I let all the pre-market fuss and noise sort itself out. But ultimately, the thesis is right in terms of the direction, based upon the trend, based upon the outflow, the options market, and all that stuff. Then, of course, that's how I look at my swing trade, be it bullish or bearish. In this case, again, the trader purchased 60,000 of the November the 4th 290 puts. Did we just not look at the bar chart? Look at them 290 puts. Did we not? 60,000. What did we see when we went to the bar chart? We saw 61,000 and change. This does not look like a hedge, but rather an outright directional bearish bet, expecting the S&P 500 to crash by next Thursday's close. So this is somebody betting on the election. And I say bet mean they're trading on the energy that the market's already pulling back. And in this case, probably that whatever candidate they think is going to lose, may obviously pull the market right along with them. Of course, in this case, it's obvious that they thinking Trump might be in trouble because if they were bullish, if Trump been favorable towards the market, they wouldn't have such a big bet. Right? But here it is, right here, clear as day. Right, those 290s, where we at? 290 puts right here, 60,000 worth. Some institution, hedge fund or whatever, they going what? They going completely gun ho.
Mm-hmm.
And they ain't paying much. They only pay 61 cents a contract. I'll take that bet. What? 10 points off of where we well, excuse me, not too much. Where we at? 320. So you talking about what? About 30 points, somewhere around there, of course. At the most, at the most, lowest point. But of course, we saw the market drop the last 2-3 days. We're talking about 7-8 point chunks, like it was nothing. This gives you what, 4 days? Something like that, 3 or 4 days?
Yeah, that's possible.
Very probable. We deal in probability. That's what the most calculative person does in the market. They sit around and do exactly what we're talking about right now. Warren Buffett and his guys, his team, Paul Tudor Jones, his guys, David Tepper, all the guys, Ray Dalio, those guys, they got people that do the same stuff. People at Goldman Sachs on them books, order desks that work certain parts of the brokerage, they do the same stuff. My man Anton Krill and his crew, they do the same stuff. Now, what separates you? Capital and knowledge. That's all it is. A little extra, man. Come on, this stuff. You should get excited about wanting to learn how to be what? Whoop the market. They have an unlimited cap, unlimited tap too. Because there's always new traders coming in when old ones going out. Revolving door money. Open interest even pretty decent there. 3,000 contracts that was rolled into that contract date. All right, so again, hey, and if you're uncomfortable, you can do what? Straddle that thing, right? Or you can do a strangle. Trade both contracts on both sides, puts and calls, around the same differential in terms of pricing, right? And see what comes from that. If you think the market gonna bounce because like Trump got a chance, well, guess what? Here's the deal. At 327 after hours, let's say you bought the 335 to 336 or even the 340s. If you think, you got a chance to rally hard up by 13, 14 points. Well, let's see what those look like on GP. If you got somebody taking such a hard bet at the 290s or the 340s or what? Where we at 340s? Where we at 340? 340, where you at? There we go. $1.13 a contract makes it $100. $113. $100.13. Right. So right here again, same scenario, pretty decent volume action, 7,000 contracts. Somebody looking at that contract. That's not me making up. That's what they did. They put their money where their mouth was. That's their hedge. And I don't say that because it's a hedge, because there's still more bearish energy surrounding the spot. Now, again, it doesn't mean they can't rally, but until the bulls take control, they're hedging. Wild card scenario happens, market rally. So let's say Trump win, whatever the case. You think it's gonna have any problem going to 340? Especially if it's sitting at 327 right now. Clearly not. It could easily run all the way back to what? To the all-time high, 358. So everything from that point on, 340 all the way back up to 350, 358 is biscuit wheel gravy valley. All right, that's well over what? Dang near what? 20 points. All that premium. That's $100 per every dollar. Let that marinate. And that trade only costs you what? $1.13. And in essence, if it's moving and not this decay, it cause you having a delta slippage. You easy turn that trade into man, that could be a bag. Quick $2,000-3,000. Right. So that's how you look at the market again. You just gotta really, still learning for a lot of people, and some people are already there, but of course, this is what we go through. This is, I'm not losing no sleep because I'm up 1 o'clock in the morning hanging out with my peers, you guys, right? but it's productive nonetheless. Right? It's productive. We're not just sitting there talking about a whole lot of what, unimaginable, unattainable what, things, so to speak. All these things we're talking about are very obtainable. Right. So again, this is how we play ball. As they say, shut up and play ball, right? They're like, man, look, we got this, bro. This is what we do. And if that's not enough, you still got, again, you got earnings. We're in the middle of the earnings season, in the middle of an election. It's just volatility on top of volatility on top of volatility. Like, man, pick your poison. You know what I'm saying? It's like, man, all this money finna be shaking. Oh, you got earnings come Monday. Hey, that double X, that's a marijuana player right there, holding company for marijuana. He probably still getting beat up there. Yeah. 8% missed opportunity. Yeah. This is it. Alibaba got earnings Monday. That's gonna be a mover. They just took a big sizable stake where they've been had what Ant IPO, the biggest IPO in the market to date. It's this Ant IPO. That's gonna be listed on the Hong Kong market. Alabama is a big stakeholder in that company, so they're gonna eat nicely off that. Ameren, old school name there, they got earnings. So there's some names going down. Some of these names you guys might be familiar with. AstraZeneca. What's the little issue with the coronavirus? You know what happened with their little trials recently? They messed around, gave somebody placebo, and the person died. In Brazil. So AXSM, that's gonna be one to watch too. That one there is crazy. I was watching that stock down there, what, $2-3 a share? I think went all over $100 or something like that. Gold, Barrett Gold. Warren Buffett just took a position on Barrett Gold over the summer. That says a lot about him because he rarely take bets like this, trades like this. In this case, he's more of an equity trader. He don't do necessarily commodities like that. So must be something going on that got him spooked to want to trade commodities now and also trade IPOs. He took that Snowflake IPO. He broke one of his cardinal rules. He would never invest in a IPO. He broke one of his cardinal rules.
Would you say never bet against America?
Yeah, he said never bet against America, and he said himself that he would never bet, trade an IPO, right? Because it's not enough data on that company, as far as how the markets are. And he betted on the IPO out the gate before he even came to market. He made a big bag off of the course. He got in at $140. They opened the stock at $260. Like dang, these people, man, look, these people got no shame in their game and getting money. None. Bristol Myers, Canada Goose, right? Canadian natural resources. You got some names coming out Monday pre-market. Cardinal Health, that's gonna be one worth watching. It's a few people. Centerpoint energy stocks here and there. Cigna, what's going on with that. Cinemark, there you go. That's one to watch in the movie theaters. They still getting rocked. They ain't getting no stimulus check. Yeah. Good luck about that. About that going to the movies right now, right? That ain't happening no time soon still. Right? No stimulus and no coronavirus vaccine. Nah, they in trouble. Crime, marijuana play, right? Those stocks are definitely going to be on the blotter. Marijuana stocks favor pretty much a Democratic presidency. I'm just saying. They're definitely about regulation on that side of the house. Dominion Energy, all right, we spoke about that. I think Duke Energy, Dun & Bradstreet Corp. There goes Sister Mo. Talking about Dun & Bradstreet. They publicly traded. People didn't even know that. All right. That's the same company basically that you got go through even to become publicly traded. You got to have it done. Brad, Sam's, basically those cage codes. So again, a lot of stuff happening. General Motors got earnings Monday. That's gonna be popular. Released that new electric Hummer. at least the blueprint of it. Pulling a Nicola move. But it's only popping. So I mean, you guys see, look at all these names. I'm still scrolling. I'm not even halfway down. These all stars that got earnings this Monday, ahead of the election. This is crazy, right? This is crazy. Kirkland go. Look, you best believe I'm gonna be in something. You know, maybe not none of that because I didn't trade none of these. You know, into this earnings Monday pre-market. But if they, do anything odd after they release their numbers on the intraday session, I'll be all over it. Or I'll be front load for the ones that will come out after hours. If I see, a good use case. Nintendo, look at North Gas, Office Depot, Papa John's, Shack on the board now. How many of y'all bought that new Shack pepperoni pizza? It's gonna be a Papa John's. Papa John's still got that spaghetti sauce. Tasting, I ain't no cut up, man. I don't even eat that stuff like that no more. But but anyway, y'all get it. You guys, you all understand what's going on with Regeneron. That's gonna be big. They're getting all this love because they look, cocktail that they gave Trump. Phage therapy. That's an old school one there. That was a banger one at one point. It sold off a lot. Yeah, so again, this is it. Let's still go on and on. All this money. I mean, man, I see all this stuff right. All I see is money. I see some movement based on some expansion. When they release their 3-month report card, especially this COVID scenario too. Us brand, right? Where my Philadelphia people at? Us up there in the in the PA, in the Philly area. All right. We'll make this stuff up. All this good opportunity here. Right. People been talking about West Rock Company for quite a while right now. This one here been getting a lot of press. So I would say keep your eye on West Rock too. Yeti coolers, right? Zoetis. You know what I'm saying? So Monica invested in Zoetis, actually, if I'm not mistaken. A long-term play. All that money there. After hours is not short of the opportunity to triple D's. They played out before several times. ADTR. I mean, it's the name that, man. I'm just saying. Can a brother make a little money? Can a brother make a little money? I mean, as you see here, Caesars, right? You see all these names getting ready to pop off. Getting ready to pop off.
That's all Monday?
Yep.
Wow.
Pre-market and after hour. Dropbox, Dynavax Technology, and I told you this is when they think of earnings season. It came out of the big tech. Big tech got beat down. People gonna be looking for some of these small caps to bang out. Or these mid caps, Funko, they do little toys and stuff like that. They've been getting, smashed and hope they might rebound. Who knows? But that's it, guys. So look at that Twinkie. Y'all didn't even know Twinkie was publicly traded. I bet most of y'all didn't even know that. I'm saying little Twinkies that be at the little corner, little Arab store. They got a little dusty little Twinkies up in there. Publicly traded, true story. They got earnings, Monday after hours. AIC used to be, partner with Match.com. I'm not gonna talk y'all to death. Again, this is what I do though. I mean, I hate this is the world I live. I'm trying to learn everything I possibly can about these companies, this market. I'm trying to learn everything. It really does not cost me nothing. My time is very interchangeable and exchangeable for this kind of level of knowledge. I would definitely submit that for that. It's worth the trade-off. Peloton, that's gonna be a bank. Woo. Peloton, look there. Peloton. What can we say about them? They've been riding through Gravy Valley the entire coronavirus. So it's finally starting to pull back a little bit, I should say. It went, I mean, it rocketed. It went from what, $20 on the March lows all the way up to what, $137 to $104. So I mean, if they have any slippage in numbers, yeah, it can get a little, messy. What made this bounce? Like, either way, we're gonna be ready to play it. Planet Fitness, Pet, IQ. I mean, come on, so many of them out there. So many of them out there. Rematch, Red Robin, Gourmet Burgers, Redfin be one to watch. How's the market trying to rebound? Right? It's trying. See what's gonna happen. Right now, it's pulling back pretty hard. Yeah, that's it, guys. I keep going. I know I am, but I'm not gonna do it. I ain't gonna sit y'all through all this. Pretty sure y'all appreciate it over still. It's late.
Yep.
Sunday's futures market to prepare for. Roughly. Of course, we're talking about 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. Tomorrow, or p.m. Excuse me, p.m. So we'll be locked and loaded, getting ready to see the free market, through the futures market, how everybody's feeling. So how you feeling? What? How you feeling? What? Live in color. That's it.
You had a really good day today, I see.
Yeah, it's been, it's been a long one. Been a long one.
You been fishing?
No, I didn't go today. I skipped going to get that documentary out.
Okay.
So I was like, I'm, for the family, let's get some good training in. Let's get some data, some analytics in, some ammunition.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna listen to it tomorrow in the morning.
Yeah, how that stuff go. That's one thing I love about this stuff too. When we go over these things, we archive, little bit by little bit. I always tell people you gotta be strategic in your learning too, right? A lot of this stuff is a lot, but some of it is just like sometimes it'll still feel like work, or in this case I say the market. Everything I learned about the market to me don't feel like much work. It feels like more fun to me because I feel like, man, I can possibly translate this into some money. And so I've sold myself to myself. Therefore, the struggle is not like it was when you was in, like we all was on the clock at one point. And it's like, man, I got to get up and go to work, right? You got to sell yourself on getting up, right? Like it's worth it, I got bills, I got this, at least I did. At least you just get paid. I'm about to get paid. You have to sell yourself on that every day. For me, it's like, oh yeah, oh this news here gonna be a banger, right? That's how I be looking at it, like, oh this is gonna be a banger. I'm happy I learned this. So I'm gonna be right there waiting for it to pop off. So I can read off of it. So yeah, it's most definitely a journey worth taking. So I look forward to Sunday's futures market. So I'm pretty sure you guys gonna be watching it too. Again, y'all saw weekend Wall Street getting decimated. It's actually lowered than where we started. We started around about what, 190 something, 180 something was at the future market, or future market, basically weekend Wall Street. Well, guess where that joker at right now?
Was there a link?
Yeah, I have. I'll get it for you real quick. So y'all need to have this too. Again, y'all know I'm always trying to throw out something so the family can build with. So that joker down 239. I mean, it's probably gonna waver between back and forth, up and down, but the pressure's on the bulls right now heavily. Right, it is on the bulls heavily right now. Now, here's the link for Weekend Wall Street if you ever want to have it. It's free of charge, of course. I always say don't sign up for none of these publications unless it's free. Right? We spend no money unless it's 100%, necessary. We learn how to hunt and fish. So definitely check that out. You know, just another way to kind of watch the markets, see what's going on. Like on a Friday, a Saturday, especially with such an event like an election. All right. So that's it, guys. I'm gonna get all out y'all, get out y'all business. I didn't, came in your house and kicked my feet up long enough. We didn't had the Financial Literacy Tabernacle Church this evening. I appreciate y'all coming through. Yeah, the hold my, what they call the missionary hold my mule, whatever Ricky Smiley used to say, the Baptist hold my mule out church.
Rest in peace to Bishop Rance Allen.
What his name was?
Rance Allen. He
Rance
died
Allen?
today.
Yeah, he passed away today. Yeah.
Old grapes.
Yeah, he old school. And I said, of course, I get older. I start realizing a lot of these, especially some of these pastors and old school guys, man. You see, they kind of end was going to be obvious because, their health is nothing conducive of. That's what happens when you get in that mindset. I hate to say it, but I gotta come from a place of truth. I'm not gonna placate reality. I'm not gonna say I don't see something when I see it.
Fried chicken and every Sunday.
Pork chops and mullet dinners and extra cheese and mac and cheese and greens and every kind of
mullet dinners.
Meat part. That's just about loaded. The whole nine. Grease down light bread fish sandwiches and get up there and hop. Then you feel like they feel like they work for that meal too. That's how they get them. I worked for that meal this evening. Man, y'all better let missionary or mother so and so be the one to make potato salad. I worked for this meal today. Because they acted like, no, I'm gonna make potato salad. It's like, no, not today. Let mother so and so make it. I'm gonna work for it today. You don't believe me? I wrote a song about it. Like the hit, here it go.
I don't know why I started to.
Y'all don't want that word tonight.
No.
That's it. So yeah, I thank you all for tuning in. Hopefully I get a chance again to go live later on this Sunday, which we're already in the Sunday hour now. Matter of fact, I think we daylight savings, right? We go back an hour.
Is it tonight or tomorrow?
Is it tomorrow? I believe, right?
Oh Lord.
I'm not.
I think it's tonight.
It's tonight. Yeah.
It's tonight.
We're in the Sunday hour now, right?
Daylight savings. Oh, I got oh yeah, tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Wait a minute. I'm confused.
Well, it's Sunday. It's Sunday now, so it's one.
Oh.
So we 123.
Wait, are we going forward?
No, backwards.
We're going backwards.
Yeah, Sunday, November 1st. So that's the day.
Yeah, so days are shorter, nights are longer. So you know how that goes. So that means street lamp come on a little early. Time to ride. Street lamp come on. Yeah, so that means you get an extra hour to sleep. Get ready for the markets. Take advantage of that. Of course, 4 a.m. will be very interesting. Going into Monday, of course. I can't wait to see what's going to come from it. So I will be up definitely 4 a.m. Monday.
So does that mean our clocks are automatically already changed?
Well, if it's digital.
You know what? I thought my clock had just said 2 something. I was tripping. I was like, how did it get back to 1?
Yep.
Okay.
So that's why I feel like the way I feel my body and did that quick adjustment. Like, okay.
Yeah, you done bounced back.
second, third win. I be hitting them gears like a stick shift.
Mm.
I'm used to this, you know.
We didn't mess around. Sister Chrissy, you still hanging in there, huh?
I'm still here.
We be cutting up.
I'm loving it. I just have a quick question, if it's okay. How do I get started
Yes,
with the
ma'am.
training? You guys keep talking about a training, and I'd like to jump into it. Or is it just pretty much these videos that we're doing?
But African Emporium has a mentorship training.
Okay.
Where'd you go, Brother African Emporium? Let me share your email with her.
Yeah, it don't matter. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm
gonna inbox you, Chris.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, public. Again, y'all know I'm on WeTrade HQ over there as well.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of that, you know, I do that, and I also do, of course, my own private scenario. If you feel like that's the case, some people like going directly to me, supposed to, you know, going through there. You know, far as the mentor stuff, because y'all know I rarely advertise it, but you know, it just, you know, I mean, it's another extension of, you know, again, me just sharing my time. You know, I'm not doing nothing outside of, you know, sharing with y'all, you know, what I have. But I would say, you know, even from this perspective, of course, you just, you know, hit me up. You know, hit me up. You know, either way, if you feel like you want it personal, because, you know, that's what it becomes, more of a personal experience. All right, but like I said, I am over there on WeTrade HQ as well. For some of you guys did not know, I would say also go subscribe to the website over there. Again, Jake and Brad, again, real hard working, awesome guys. Again, we came up in the grind too, in the trader game grind. And so everything over there is also copacetic, as they say. The website is free, WeTradeHQ.com here. So it's another portal that you can access for, you know, data, information, whatever.
Yeah, I sent it to her.
Yeah, so just in case if you want personal training. I always tell people that don't come with no unrealistic expectations. Because one thing about the market,
it make you out of a believer.
It will make you out. You have to have the interest, because it's going you against the market. My goal is just to help you walk into that, you know, to the understanding of being able to answer a lot of the questions that you already have, you know, answered. A lot of questions you have questions to. You know, in a lot of ways, you know, a lot of the jargon, all that. Yeah, of course, you know, I help be that bridge to help people cross that. But ultimately, when you're left to your own devices, you know, are you implementing any of it? You know, no matter how much training a person gives you, because what we're doing now, of course, is priceless. Now, of course, you know, we go with charts a little bit, we talk a little bit, we go with charts a little bit, we talk a little bit. It's still relevant, because that's essentially a lot of the blueprint that we're dealing with from moment to moment, right? We're just moving from, you know, data point to data point. In that, we're making decisions based upon what we was able to interpret. Like, you're using your logic, you're using your reason. Right? You're getting paid for that, for a change. Right? That's, again, revolutionary. Right? As I said earlier, what are we? We're performance-based. We're performance-based. That's the best thing you could be in. I know a lot of people are intimidated by that. They're shaking in their boots. They hear that, right? A lot of people don't want to deal with the idea of being a performance-based, you know, professional. Being able to work, you know, your existence, you know, your worth into existence, I should say. You know, so yeah, I'm like, man, come on, man, let's get it. Right, let's get it. Right, so that's about it, guys. And like I say, it's 2 o'clock. Oh, my bad, it's 1. Yeah, it's 1:30. So I am going to gracefully bow out.
Peace, power, profit.
Take me a shower, and I'm gonna get on my little cell phone and look at some charts until I fall asleep. All right, and that's literally gonna be my little rest of my evening. So thank y'all for tuning in. Thank you, Oba Brandon. Thank you, Brother Mathis. Thank you, Christopher, for coming on again. You know, you've been banging out with us for the last couple of days. You're welcome here, like I said in the very beginning. You know, anybody that want to take a chance on themselves, you got my attention, because the free capital markets are, you know, obviously, you know, a giving mechanism as well as a taking mechanism. But if we're tanking and, you know, strategizing together, there's no feat that we can't conquer, right? Of course, we're just trying to be anything above 50% win ratio, which makes you, obviously, by that standard, a profitable trader. Keep in mind, you just got to bet 500. That's all you got to bet. So if you take, you know, 3 trades and you hit what, at least get what, 2 right, that means you're a profitable trader. And some of these stocks, the way they've been running, you could just, man, if you just know the basics, you could just, you know, see it, get, you know, follow everybody early in the morning when they jumping up and running, and then, you know, sell when you see everybody just kind of heading for the door, and you still make money. You know, it's just been that kind of crazy of a market, especially in the small cap, but whatever. We'll talk about it later. It's late. I'm not going to keep going. Thank y'all back, chat family. Thank you, family legendary. Of course, you're welcome here again anytime, like I said before. Thank you, Joe Smo. Thank you, Over Ramsey, coming through, always keeping the back chat live. Right, again, just understand YouTube on our back, so try to keep it PG, family. We do got elderly people that come through and watch the channel, and also young adults, young kids that watch the channel too, because, you know, of course, we're more about education and application than actually shooting the breeze. You know, maybe I'll do another channel where we can just shoot the breeze on. Matter of fact, I can use my other channel, African Emporium too. We'll use that one for more kind of, you know, I guess adult scenario. Right? But this one here definitely is strictly all about, you know, education, edification, information, and knowledge, as much as possible. You know, not to keep YouTube off our back. Thank you, Sister Camille, for coming through. Ilva Camille, always welcome to have you here. Defender Snotball in the building. Over, thank you for coming through. Family T-Bone came through tonight. Again, you know, everybody, right? That show love came through, whatever, on this Saturday. I know you guys are busy a lot of ways too. You know, hanging out with your brothers always, you know, an appreciative moment for me, myself, personally. Over Chris, thank you as well. Again, everybody here that's, you know, popped in and out. Some people didn't even chat, but I know y'all was hanging out like you typically do, because you might have been with your family, loved ones, children, spouse, whatever. Right? Some of y'all probably at the club, the Halloween Christmas club, right? All in one. You do Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas in one night party, because you know December they gonna have you gonna be in lockdown probably. Trying to mess around and put y'all back in quarantine. Don't get any feeling because y'all, man, they did it.
It's coming.
It's coming. It seems like it's coming. I don't think we can avoid it. No matter how much trash they talk somebody, we ain't gonna do it. But hey, it's gonna be some kind of form of curfew, some kind of form. I just feel it. These jokers in, man, mess this all. I hope that vaccine, well, whatever, that ain't even worth the conversation. Let me move on. All right, guys. So peace, power, profit to everybody. Thank you, Over. Thank you as well, Brother Matt. Thank you.
Peace, brother.
Thank you as well. See you guys hopefully for a future show, roughly around 5. If I get lucky, we'll do one today for Sunday. I have to keep saying that. It'll be around about 5:30, somewhere around before the future market open up. So between 5 and 5:30, if you see me kind of posting, you know, in my community section on here, or, you know, setting up the live stream for the, you know, for that time, you'll know I'm free and I can go live, and we can kind of play with the future, see what's gonna happen based on what I'm saying. But until, you know, not, of course, you know, we'll be rocking and rolling in the back chats and the the Facebook group and all that stuff. All right. So profit, everybody. Hope y'all have a great one. Shem Hotep, and we'll see you guys on the next one. Peace, everybody. Peace.